WBSX. Jesus Christ is my nigga. Let his light shine through ya. Let his love pop a cap in your butt and say, hallelujah. I'm freezing.
Fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little.
You're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're gonna win more.
Hottest fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little.
Hold on, clear it up.
The Warthog. I love him.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the ASTROLABE. Oh, we got technical difficulties all over the place. I spent so long trying to get that little thing set up and trying to get all the tabs for everything sorted out today. And of course, something goes wrong. We'll see how many of you guys actually noticed that. But apparently, I have to go in and fix another source, because I got the first source and made it start working, and then it wasn't working, and then I had to flip back to the other one and try to fix something there, and then when I fixed the one, it messed up the other one, and so I had to try to put the first one back again, and then that messed up the second one, and oh my god. Oh, but it came off well enough, I suppose. I was also kind of messing around with the display on here. If you guys had jumped in the Kick chat a little bit earlier, you would have seen me sitting in there hammering out as many messages as I could, talking to myself, trying to, because the only way I can edit the chat app on the screen here, and like be able to manage the dimensions and how it actually looks and everything, is if there's actually messages in there. So I was filling it up with my own messages, and then Straight Buster showed up. And he said something right after I said, wouldn't it be funny if someone was sitting in here watching me talk to myself? And then, oh, there's Straight Buster. So we'll see how everything works out here today. Man, I got up early this morning. Everything on the inside wanted to be on the outside last night, and it got late, and it was just no, the show wasn't going to happen. I wasn't going to be able to trust that horrifying things wouldn't happen while I was sitting here, so I just had to call it. And then today, it's sometimes when I have a hard time getting the show going, it's because I'm kind of like, I don't really know what to talk about. Today, I'm just absolutely drowning in tabs, stories, funny things, mind-blowing things, horrifying things, just so many different things. And I was struggling. Sometimes they kind of naturally fit together into a flow, so I can sort of like kind of tell a story with it, or at least have coherent segments. And this one is hard because there's a lot of sort of unrelated things that I'm trying to tie together, and I felt like by the time I had to call it and be like, all right, this is enough for one. I've got I don't know, 45 tabs or something like that, almost to the point where it won't fit onto one browser screen anymore. I was like, I feel like I just got through the intro. These are some of the setup stories. You got to get these stories out of the way, and then there's the deeper stuff I want to get into, but I'm not going to be able to do that today because I got to get through all of this stuff. So, what are we talking about today? We're talking about leaked texts, a retarded SCOTUS justice, and I said something else. I don't remember what it was. I just come up with these titles at the last second before I go live. Oh, Dominion voting machines. Yeah, I've had this one sitting in the hopper for several days now, and a couple people had asked me about it, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I gotta get this, gotta touch on this story, and it kind of fits in well with the Supreme Court talking about the Voting Rights Act, and then obviously I can't not talk about the whole leaked texts and all the different things that are associated with that. So I've got some Tom Luongo inspired economic spurgery that I want to get into, but it's going to be a little bit before I can get to that because I got to get through all these things. So hopefully tomorrow we'll talk about that. We'll get a little bit of Scott Besson today, a little bit of our Gigafag. We have the best Gigafag, I got to say. We'll talk about him a little bit. We got some JD Vance stuff. We're going to talk also. We're going to talk about Trump 2028 and what perhaps one of the cases that they're trying to make for that is, how they might actually be able to pull that off. We'll get into that. But before we get started, I got to say the group chat has been created for the Texas meetup this weekend. Texas King Pilled meetup in South Austin this weekend. So I need any of you who are in Texas or are going to be in Texas or want to come to Texas or anyone who wants to attend that meetup, hit me up. I will put you into that group chat on Twitter. So if you email me, realkingpilled@gmail.com, just do me a favor and give me your X handle, and I'll drop you in there. And if you don't have one, just create one. Seriously, just create one. Just at least to have as a backup. Makes life easier on yours truly. And then once again, we're looking at Amy and I'll probably shoot to get there sometime in like the 5 to 6 p.m. window on Saturday night. This Saturday night. And we're gonna have some patriots there. That's the guest list is fantastic. So yes, Samoa Bob, join the free speech app and become a poster. Your president needs you. He needs you on the free speech app, and also your favorite podcaster needs you there because that's the easiest way to try to coordinate and wrangle everything with everyone. But yeah, so hit me up, either DM me on Twitter or shoot me an email and let me know. I'll add you to the group chat. And even if you can't make it, even if you're in the area, you're not going to be able to make this one, I'm happy to add you to the group chat. There's a couple of people in there who aren't going to make it. They already told me they won't, but we're going to do more in the future. And if you just want to be connected with patriots around here, you can know that I think, as far as I know, every single person that's in there so far all actually lives in Texas right now. So if you want to be connected to some local patriots, even if you can't make it to this one, I'm happy to add you to the group chat and we'll coordinate future meetups. I'm sure we'll do another one here within the next couple of months. Apologies to residents of other states. There are going to be more Texas meetups than any other for a very obvious reason, given that I live here. Yes, it's Damn It Jeremy. He'll be there. He says he's clocking out at 6:30 and heading straight over. It'll be good to meet you, man. Slutty Milk will be there. And my wife says that we have to stop calling him Slutty Milk because because he's going to be going to church with us the next morning, and Eastwood is almost certainly going to introduce him to people as Slutty Milk. So we'll let him deal with that. Speaking of, you guys are welcome to join us for church on Sunday morning. Liturgy starts at 9 a.m. sharp in Lockhart, Texas. And if you would like to join us, you are more than welcome. I know a few people have already told me that they're going to. So it's a small little parish. It's very cozy. We love to have visitors, and there's good people there. Should be trapeze afterwards. It usually has some decent food. So please do come join us. Consider yourself invited. Skrudomnevsky, you are in the group chat. Unless your Twitter handle has changed, I added you to it. Okay, what was the other thing I was going to say? I was thinking this afternoon. I've been kind of starting to do some puttering around some maintenance with the channel and everything, and
the white man is
realized,
back, baby. The white man is back.
Got a 7-day ban on X today because people couldn't believe the young children were saying naughty words. Blah blah blah. Chainsaws. Monkey noises. Clutches pearls. Of course I made a Luongo he couldn't post because of it. 3-star Chef Tommy.
Oh, okay. I can't. You got to get unbanned as soon as possible because I need to see that. Austin Trees is the master of the master grockler. He has been hitting my replies with disturbingly good AI portrayals of myself and others. He made one of Pig Dirk Airlines. I made another one of me. I posted
White
a picture.
Man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Well. If the Jays win, you are coming to Toronto for a meetup. If the Marinas win, I will host you for a meetup in Toronto. Fair bait. Glad you agree.
Thank you. Salty milk is not much better. I will, I don't know if I'd be allowed in Toronto. I don't know if I would be allowed back if I went to Toronto. But I appreciate the invite. When I was up in Washington, I posted a picture of myself sitting on the beach, chatting with my dad, and I was wearing the American flag shorts, and Austin Trees went and did something. I don't know how he did this, but he used Grok to make a new version of it where I'm like sitting by a river with bears, like grizzly bears running down the river behind me. And I had a split second when I looked at it where I was like, hey, I don't remember that happening to me. And then I was like, oh, it's AI. Holy crap. It even got like the pattern on my shorts, like the blue part on the flag overlaps the seam just a little bit. And it even had that in there. The detail was, it was remarkable. So thank you, Austin Trees. Hopefully you get back on X again soon because I need to see Tom Luongo as a 3-star chef. The man has been hitting the podcast circuits lately, and he has been cooking. I've got a couple of segments of his that I've bookmarked that I was hoping to get chopped up and include in the show today, but that stuff I'm just going to have to push off till later. But he's been laying out some very interesting things. Hopefully you guys are following the Spaghetti American podcast circuit and trying to keep up with it. The dude is prolific, but I don't think there's anybody else who is as over the target as he is right now. They played a Luongo clip on No Agenda. Adam Curry has been made a Luongooner. So there's many good things to come, I do believe. That's quite an audience to get exposed to. What was I thinking? So what I was going to say is I'm trying to change up some of the things about some of the display stuff, update it. Like on the podcast description, it's just whatever I put on Substack, which I think is like, it's like King Pilled and it's musings on orthodoxy, monarchy, and other things or something like that. I just like needed to put something in there, so I just typed something and have never gone back and updated it. So I've been trying to think of how to describe the show. And one thing I was thinking of the other day, based on some of the stuff in the chat and what people were saying to me while I was gone, I was thinking something like the number one anti-dooming daily show on the internet or something like that. But then it occurred to me that the format of the show, and particularly the interaction with the chat, the back and forth with the chat, and people sending me links and me sharing them, it's basically like a live group chat. That's kind of what I got to figure out a way to put that into words in the right way, but that's basically what this feels like. It's like, we're having a group chat, and I just happen to be the person who is responsible for putting this stuff up on the screen. But the show would not be what it is without the live chat. If I was doing these as like recorded by myself, it wouldn't be nearly as fun or as interesting. It's almost exclusively because of the chat and because of the interplay with you guys that makes it what it is. So I just thought of that earlier while I was putting the show together, and I wanted to mention that. God's favorite news chat in America. That's pretty good. Yeah, God's favorite news chat. It's a news chat. We are truly laughing our way through the fall of the post-war consensus. Indeed we are. Okay, so first of all, I promised this to you guys, and the link is now up. Here we go. Calling all patriots. We have a patriot down. I repeat, patriot down. If you've listened to the show for some time, you're familiar with the king of the Zoomers. God damn it, I have a double the. Ugh, I hate it when I see typos, too late to fix them. You're familiar with the king of the Zoomers, Mr. Cooper Brooks. On Sunday, he was T-boned by some drugged-out Foyd, which left his car totaled and him staring down a bunch of medical bills. In particular, a CT scan revealed a small mass behind his right eye that would require an MRI and a biopsy. He's a humble blue-collar truck driver who just wants to serve his president and country by joining the military, but since Obama destroyed the used car and health insurance markets, he's suddenly crushed with some major out-of-pocket expenses and will be missing days of work to deal with it all to boot. If you can contribute anything, please hit the link below and help out a fellow patriot. Look at that family. Look at just a beautiful American family. Of course, Emmy in the middle is having a moment. This is if you know his kids, this is just like the perfect portrayal of his kids. But the link is here. Right here, Give, Send, Go, and this is pinned on my Twitter account right now. So if you go to @RealKingPilled right now, you can just go to the pinned chat or the pinned tweet, and you will see the tweet here. So you can go hit up the link and go donate for our guy. As Wade Hampton said, this man should want for nothing if we can raise money for a woman who yelled nigger. That's right. Shout out to all the great people for your contributions thus far. Let's get him as close to his goal as possible. He's looking at probably 20 grand. That's what we set the goal at, because he's got some hefty stuff to pay for. And gone are the days when you could just get a $2,000 or $3,000 little beater car that will get you by for a period of time. If it's running, like literally just running, not even running well, it's going to be a minimum of probably like $4 grand. Because just in parts, it would be worth more than a couple grand. I remember I bought my first car at I think it was $1,800. Just paid cash $1,800 for a 1987 Honda Accord, stick shift, aftermarket paint job on it. That's such a fun little car. Ended up wrecking it, but $1,800. It had 220,000 miles on it, and I put like 25 or 30,000 miles on it in a year and a half. And then wrecked it. It was a great car. But those cars do not exist anymore. Yeah, Logan, Texas, I can't find a decent car under $6,000. It's just not possible. It has to be someone who's giving you a deal or something like that. It's just not doable. So he's got to get a car because he is the only source of income for the family. And then they've got the 3 kids. So kids got to go to school. He's got to go to work. His hours are really variable because he drives a truck, and so he gets off whenever he gets off. So they definitely need the extra vehicle, and then he's going to have to deal with the ER visit, the CT scan. He's going to have the MRI, maybe a biopsy, and those they're sending him to U of M to go to the ophthalmology oncology unit. So it's probably not going to be cheap. And his insurance, of course, is completely worthless. Employer-sponsored insurance that he pays a couple $100 a month for, and is out of pocket. He's got I think it's like $15,000 or something like that before the insurance will actually kick in. And even though he's paying, after they're paying for part of it, he's still paying $250 a month. And he's a strapping, healthy young lad ordinarily, so he doesn't spend. He hasn't hardly used it. So, and open enrollment is coming up next month. So most likely, what's going to happen? He thought of this live on the phone with me. He's like, you know what they're going to do? they're going to push it off until next year so they don't have to contribute anything at all. That's exactly what they're going to do. He's going to get stuck with the whole thing. Insurance isn't going to cover any of it whatsoever. So the man needs help. The Patriot is down. This is why we get in proximity to Patriots. This is why we create group chats. This is why we get together so that we can help lift each other up. The administration can only do so much, and we've got to fill in the gaps otherwise. So help out a Patriot. All right. That is number one. And as I said, that link is it's pinned on my Twitter account, or if you're listening to this on Substack or on the podcast later on, then you can just scroll down. It'll be down in the description. It'll be the very first link. Reminder: please do contribute to my streamer salary. Make sure you donate to Cooper first. After you've donated to Cooper, then if you would like to, please do contribute to my streamer salary using the Streamlabs link, tips.kingpill.com. And if for whatever reason that doesn't work for you, or you just don't like using it, then also I'm King Pilled on Venmo and Cash App, and buy me a coffee. There are many different ways that you can support the show. And of course, also join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. The tips link is working again, tips.kingpill.com. Donkey Bite says, what state does this Patriot live in? Well, he claims it's the greatest state in the Union. I will have to beg to differ, but he lives in Michigan. He is a Michigander, and born, bred, hopes to never leave. That's where he's at. Ruthuga, not to derail, but I just tagged you. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look over here. See if this is something that will... Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, I might fit that in at a certain point in today's show, or I might have that one saved for tomorrow. I'll keep it open over here, just in case. Thank you for that. Samoa Bob says, can't be that close to Ohio and be the greatest state in the Union. See, that's what I'm saying. For sure. No, you can't trust anybody from Ohio. Ohio is that's something that Cooper will definitely agree with, that Ohio is the worst state in the Union. Of course, when I drove across it, I actually, don't tell him, but I actually kind of liked Ohio a little better than Michigan. But he claims that I only saw the shitty part of Michigan. I didn't get to see the great part. All right, let's get started here. We got a little celebration of the white man, brought to you by the Wife Jack. Look at this, White Boy of the Year.
What my biggest dream was, and I was like, I ain't never really thought about it, but I guess my biggest dream would be to put my hands through a series of highly intense heat treatments. I'm talking, I want to be able to hold 160 degrees right there in the palm of my hand. And then I'm going to go to the nearest Mexican restaurant. Not no Rancho Grande BS. I want something that I can't pronounce. Okay? I want the real deal. And then, when they bring out my sizzling plate of fajitas, I'm just going to grab it right off the cloth and I'm going to look him in his eyes. And I'm going to set it down. And right when he goes to say, be careful, that plate, I'm going to be like, hot.
The fajitas.
No, it's not. It's not for me. It's not hot for me. And then I'm going to eat. And then I'm going to be King White Boy of the Year at the local Mexican restaurant. But yeah, I ain't never really thought about it. So this girl...
Thank you to the Wife Jack for our daily appreciation of the culture of the white man. Now here is, you're gonna have to forgive the dude on the screen in this one, because this sort of like, when a guy, I got to be careful because this could be kind of close to the format of my show, so I can't get too pointed in my criticism here. But when I see these like TikTok and Instagram things where the guy is just sitting there and just like making faces at the video, but like doesn't say anything or doesn't add anything to it, I'm generally not a fan. But in this case, I might have to give the guy a pass because he reacts basically exactly the same way that I did. So maybe that's why I don't like it. I see myself in him a little too much. But this is not even the music artists are safe from AI. This if you're like me, as this starts, you'll be kind of like, okay, I see what they're doing. All right. And then as it goes, you're gonna You're going to start getting it. You're going to start getting it even more.
Yes. Who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? 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 Na 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 na. I've created a monster, 'cause nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They want Shady, I'm chopped liver. Well, if you want Shady, this is what I give you. A little bit of me mixed with some hard liquor, some vodka that'll jumpstart my heart quicker than a shock when I get shot at the hospital by the doctor when I'm not cooperating. When I'm rocking the table while he's operating. Hey, you waited this long to stop debating, 'cause I'm back, I'm on the. I know that you got a job, Miss Cheney, but your husband's heart problems complicating, so the FCC won't let me be. Well, let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So come on, dip, bum on your lips, jump back, jiggle the hip, and wiggle a bit and get ready, 'cause this is about to get heavy. I just settled all my lawsuits. F you, Debbie. Now this look like a job for me, so everybody just follow me.
Side quest Kyle says, is this blacker than Eminem or whiter than Eminem? Nobody will ever know.
We need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me. This look like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, 'cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me. Little hellions, kids feeling rebellious, embarrassed. Their parents still listen to Elvis. They start feeling like prisoners, helpless, till someone comes along on a mission and yells, bitch! A visionary vision is scary. We start a revolution, polluting the airwaves, a rebel. So just let me revel and bask in the fact that I got everyone kissing my ass, and it's a disaster. So
oh, and then it ends. I do have to say, I think this dude here is like, he's like Cooper Kupp's long lost brother, and with a little bit of Johnny Russell. If you're a Major League Soccer fan, you'll know Johnny Russell. He kind of looks like Cooper Kupp and Johnny Russell had a baby. If you want the whole thing is here on YouTube. I got the link for it. You got 2 minutes. What was that? 2 minutes and 28 seconds. And the whole thing is here. It is 5 minutes and 21 seconds long. So if you want to listen to the whole thing, it is there. This was made by Red Village without me, but this is, let's see, the title says 1950s Motown Soul AI cover. The description says 1960s Soul AI cover. Yeah. Oh, they got In the Club as well. They got Wonderwall. Welcome to the Jungle. Holy crap. Like a Stone. In the End. Love the Way You Lie. Holy crap. I hadn't even scrolled down. I should have scrolled down. Many Men. Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm calling an audible.
Any man wish death upon me.
Oh.
Lord have mercy. Blood in my door, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be, and men trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a man for messing with me. My back on the wall.
Oh, I need a bourbon.
You gon' see me. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me, 'cause I'll come and take your life away. Many, many men
Mr. Sue, that's the whitest thing you ever said.
No more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me.
Woo!
All these men put money on my head. Yeah, they are. Refund that bet. I ain't dead yet. No. I'm that diamond in the dirt. Still unfound. Shine on. The underground king. Still wearing my crown. Yeah. When I rhyme, something happen every time. Greatness rise like Ali in his prime. I walk a block with a bundle and a prayer. Lord, keep me safe. Temper burning high.
This is so good.
Trouble's always there. You come for mine, I come for yours. That's the rule. Many men, many men wish death upon me.
Literally impossible to tell this is AI.
No more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me.
Woo!
Have mercy. Have mercy. Oh, sunny days ain't nothing without rain. Joy don't feel right without pain.
What an arrangement.
Death gotta be easy. Life's too hard. Scars your soul, leaves you torn apart. This one's for my brothers behind them bars. And my people twisting smoke under broken stars.
6 minutes.
Judge me.
Ah!
They never lived this life. Never walked this road. Crooked hands handing down crooked advice. Oh no. I'm standing tall like Malcolm in a storm. By any means. Gun in my hand. Hard report. They switched on me. Turned their backs. But I'm still here. Still breathing. Still blind.
Oh! I keep like almost stopping it, and then there's something else.
Many men
Ah!
wish death upon me, but I'm still here, Lord. Still standing.
Build it up. Come
Every
on.
night I talk to God, but He don't say nothing back. Why not, Lord? I know He watching. Still I keep my strap. Gotta survive. In my nightmares, they keep pulling guns on me. Guns on me. Even angels scared to run with me. Run with me. But I don't feel coming my way. No, I don't. I will live. But I'm still on me. In Louisiana, we get a tree.
How the hell do you prompt this? Fuck it, we're going all the way.
Lord, I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy, have mercy. Have but I'm still here.
Oh, that touched my soul. Okay, hold on now. I need to make sure these are saved. So I got to come back here. And then the wife has requested just a taste of... Uh-oh. Did we lose it now? Just a taste of Wonderwall. There it is. Is this the same one? No. We'll see. Share. Copy the link. Let me come over here. Open it up. Drop it in here. This is John Mayer does Wonderwall.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now.
Yeah, very Chris Stapleton.
Ooh, backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody
I could listen to days
feels
of
the
this.
way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us there are blinding.
Oh yeah, this is going on the Baby Making playlist.
Things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all,
Holy shit, Amy says it's better than the original. If you know Amy, that is a strong statement.
Today was gonna be the day, but they'll never throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you're not to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now.
Okay, I gotta end it. We gotta keep going. Oh, we are definitely going to make use of this. SideQuest Kyle says, you mean we can have black music without black people? Barndon says, we have the recipes. Oh no, my light went out. Just what I was hoping would happen tonight. Ah! Hold on a second. I didn't even do anything. I just bonked the desk. Oh, I think I have a loose connection. Oh no! Come on, light. Don't give me this shit tonight. Come on. Wiggle it to the left. Wiggle it to the right. I need to get it to hang in just the right way. Hold on. Let's see if I can do it this way. Whoop. Now it's changing the color temperature. Oh my god! Why does everything break all the time? I don't even know if you guys can still hear me. See, this is what I get for ending the song early. I'm paying for it. Okay, not touching it. Not touching it. Stepping away very slowly, very carefully. Okay. If I'm very careful and I don't touch anything, it's just like a cheap little ring light, but I don't have room on my desk to put it on my desk without blocking the monitor. So I put it up on top of a taller stand, but it means it has to hang there. It has been through a bunch of moves, and it was pretty cheap to begin with, so the connection's gotten all loose. I'll just have to get a new one. Okay. What were we talking about? Oh, yes, we have the recipes. Black music without black people. Bobby Baldbag says, I once had a loose connection, woke up in the morning and ended up at the ER getting massaged for testicular torsion. Ah! That sounds like the worst thing imaginable. That would be terrible. Oh. Okay, let me see. My wife says, you know how the bass player is always stink-facing? That's a song that would have the whole audience stink-facing. No kidding. Yes, Jonathan Hemingway, the cyberbully will be notified of this genre. Absolutely. Most definitely he will. You know, it's crazy. I've been looking at kind of keeping track of the AI-generated music for a while, and just in, I don't know, the last 3 months, it has improved wildly. Like 3 months ago, I was looking at stuff that was just being released at the time, and it was pretty good, but you could tell. You could tell very clearly there would be some kind of like warbly, kind of garbled sections, and it was just clear that even somebody who wasn't listening closely would be able to tell. But now this one here, I guarantee you 98% of the population, if this was just playing somewhere in the background, or they just like walked by a bar or something and this was playing in there, they'd have no idea. They would never even dream that it's AI. And it's great because everyone in the chat here was reacting to it about like me, and then here's Mr. Sue doing his his old man yells at cloud routine. 6 minutes too long. Oh, it's so bad. So it's gonna be the most passionate musicians who are like, no, it's not real. You can't like it. You're not allowed to like it. It's bad. Can't you hear it? I can tell it's not real. Sorry, guys. CS Whitley says, now let's get some of these songs as bluegrass AI. There's a huge corpus of that. If you just look it up on YouTube, there is all kinds of bluegrass AI. Some of it I can tell you for sure that some of that has made its way onto EWBSX, and some of you may not have even noticed. Life Support Unplugger says, I've been checking out some of the stuff on YouTube, and all the morons in the comments have no clue and are asking for the artist. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, if you're over, I don't know, if you're over like 48, you're probably just going to be absolutely cooked by this stuff. You never even had a prayer.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Nothing like some court-fed Nordics. Ohio buff guys mess, the Yapslav Midwest henchman. White boy of the year, every year.
Some cord-fed Nordics. That's a funny typo. The Yaps love Midwest henchmen. The Yaps. Thank you, Salty Milk is not much better. Now here, that you might have thought that was high quality AI, but just wait until you see this. This is setting the standard. It is the standard itself. Maverick Darby on Twitter. The original post here is gone now because Surf likes to delete his own posts. But he said, there's no such thing as right-wing art. And Maverick Darby says, explain this then.
Final warning, Nancy, put a shirt on. This is a family theme park, not a weekend at Diddy's, okay?
You guys aren't ready for this.
Our kids got around. Today we're going to learn about dolphins and Building 7.
Nice moves, Dulcie. Your relationship with the dolphins is really improving.
For the touch tanks, treat the animals the exact opposite way you treat a globalist. That being said, comprehension check, who's with me? Okay, folks, go ahead and direct your attention towards our lead trainer, Donnie J, and our world-famous whale, Freedom.
We love freedom. Oh no, what's happening?
I need everyone to stay calm, but freedom is missing.
Who would do something like this?
Who would take our freedom?
We all know it was the hookery chick from Legal.
We need to chat with every employee to see what they know. I'll go find Nancy.
I honestly have no idea what's going on right now.
Damn it,
I've been
Nancy!
day drinking since 11 a.m.
If we can't find freedom, then unfortunately we're all fired.
We're gonna stop that pot-bellied weasel vampire. She's no match for our unity.
I'm selling you to the highest bidder in the context of money.
Anyone need a tampon?
No thanks, irrelevant pervert. We've got bigger problems to solve.
What do we do, Donnie J?
We fight like hell because freedom's worth fighting for.
The only reason I played that was just for that line. I'm sitting here watching this the first time, and I'm kind of like, okay, this is delightful boomer slop. And then the Alex Jones line.
We're gonna stop that pot-bellied weasel vampire. She's no match for our unity.
I'm selling you to the highest bidder in the context of money.
Anyone need a tampon?
No thanks, irrelevant pervert. No thanks, irrelevant pervert. Irrelevant pervert. Irrelevant pervert. Irrelevant pervert.
No thanks, irrelevant pervert. Yep, that one's going on the soundboard. Got to add this to the extremely long list. No thanks, irrelevant pervert. I have to make sure I leave a note here so I can find it again. Oh, man. We love our right-wing AI artists, don't we? We've come so far in a year. Just a year ago, our president. So this year, October 13th, our president is signing a historic peace deal between Israel and Hamas. And only a year ago, he was working at McDonald's. What a testament to the American dream. My president is literally me.
I don't mind this job. I like this job. I think I might come back and do it again. Thank you. It requires expertise. I'm going through the French fry stuff. It's a whole big process. And it requires great expertise, actually, to do it right and to do it fast.
You gotta do it right.
Never touches the human hand.
Very good, very good.
Never touches the human hand.
I could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job. Oh, my donuts. Thank you very much. Yeah, I took a bullet. That's right. Thank you, Mr. President. When you think about it, I guess that's right. I'll never forget this experience, okay?
Oh, the greatest rags to riches story of all time. That's right, Slutty Milk. Incredible that this man is our president now. By the way, go follow @MythoMaga. Fantastic account. Posting nothing but Patriot content. Who does he follow? That's right, only our president, because he's a real patriot. Follow @MythoMaga. Now, many are asking, will Trump run again in 2028? I've said before that I'm still probably, 70-30, something like that he will. I think that it has not been ruled out. But the question is how? Because obviously the 22nd Amendment precludes him from running again, at least on its face, and combining the 22nd Amendment with the 12th Amendment means that it rules out the possibility of him being a VP and then becoming president again, because you have to be eligible for president to be a VP, to be eligible to be a VP, so that would rule that out. So a lot of people are like, well, how is this going to be possible? Well, I've got a clip here of Steve Bannon talking about this. Now, to be clear, I don't necessarily think that Steve Bannon speaks for the president directly. I think he was once on the inside, obviously, and now it seems as if he's pretty clearly on the outside, but he's also sort of, it's almost like there's utility in having him on the outside, maintaining some distance between them. So he gets to kind of push the envelope and back channel with people. And in many ways, this isn't something that's necessarily set in stone or determined, because it'll depend largely on what happens between now and then. Because there are some things that could happen between now and then that would totally rule it out altogether. It doesn't matter what sort of way you can make it happen. It would be completely ruled out. But then there's some things that could happen that could make it just a total shoo-in. No question at all. Isn't even controversial. Most likely it's going to land somewhere in between. And so I think that there is some utility in people like Bannon setting this up and getting the ball rolling on this and beginning to lay out the justification and kind of memeing it into reality, as well as coordinating with the actual legal the eggheads who would have to make the legal case to actually get it done. Because remember, like, we live in a bureaucracy. We live in a bureaucratic state. That's not going to be ending anytime soon. So in order to defeat our enemies, we have to defeat them on the territory of the bureaucratic state. We have to use legalese against them. That's largely what the administration has been doing. And we'll get into the Voting Rights Act here a little bit later. But this is a feature, not a bug. This is the playing ground that we have right now. Anybody who wants to go full Pareto's Lions and just come in and start lopping heads off, it's not, you don't know what time it is. It's not time for that yet. It's going to take clever engineering to make some of these sorts of things happen. And I think that I picked up on perhaps a little bit of a clue as to what maybe one possible angle that they're going to take in this little short segment between Steve Bannon and Chris Cuomo. And I got this clip from Asmongold. Asmongold is starting to talk about this now and starting to say, like, this almost might be a foregone conclusion. There's sort of like nothing anybody can do about it. Like, this is a mandate of heaven, like great man of history, arc of history, just carrying events forward. So Asmongold is reacting to this. That's where I saw this, and it triggered this thought for me. So let me play the clip for you.
I'm a firm believer that President Trump will run and win again in 2028. So I've already endorsed President Trump. A man like this comes along once every century if we're lucky. We've got him now. He's on fire, and I'm a huge supporter. Want to see him again in 2028.
And obviously, anybody who doesn't like what you say but judges it as a function of a lack of intelligence doesn't know anything about you. I don't make that mistake. You're a smart guy. You know he's term limited. How do you think he gets another term?
We're working on it. I think we'll have a couple of alternatives. Let's say that. We'll see. We'll see what the definition. We'll see what the definition of term limit is.
So there's a little clue as to what angle that they're working on this. We'll see what the definition of term limit is. Okay, so let's go to the text itself of the 22nd Amendment. It has two sections. The first section says, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Okay, so no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. So there's particular language there. It's not serve in the office of the president. It's be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Okay. And no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president. Okay, so we got a person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which another person was elected. So if for whatever reason someone is elected and then the president dies or is incapacitated or impeached, or for whatever reason you have a VP becomes the president and they're now holding office. So if they've held office for more than 2 years of a term, then they cannot be elected to the office of the president more than once. So this means if you had a vice president who ascended to the office of president in the first or second year of the president's term and finished out his term, he could only be elected one more time. That's what this is saying. Here's where the interesting thing is. Section 2 just says this article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission to the states by the Congress. So Section 2, we can rule out it's not relevant to our purposes at all. Here's where it's interesting. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of the president when this article was proposed by the Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president, key phrase here now, during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. So Bannon says, we're going to see what the definition of a term is. When it says, during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. I'm wondering if the angle that this is pure legalese. This is absolutely trying to derive an interpretation that may or may not necessarily be valid. But again, this is as much a political question as it is a legal question. So if you have the politics on your side, the legal stuff can be done rather easily. You just need to have a fig leaf, and perhaps this is the fig leaf. What is the definition of a term here? Is the term one single presidential term? Or is this will not apply to, can we say that we're still within the term of this article, what is it? This shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress. Shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative. So is this speaking strictly to just one single presidential term, one single 4-year period? Is that what the use of the word term here means? Or can this be construed to include a longer term, perhaps a term of a period of time that would cover now, meaning that this amendment would not necessarily apply to the president? Extremely Semitic, yes. But this is what I'm saying. I wonder if this is an angle that they're going to take on it, because I think the whole have him be VP and then I think that one's totally dead in the water, from the get-go. I don't think there's even any construing it any other way that, JD could run for president and Trump be his vice president. I don't think that's possible. The other possibility would be he could be appointed as Speaker of the House, and then the president and vice president could resign. I don't think that's viable either. I don't think that lots of things could change. It can make that viable at some point, but I think that's a little too blatantly engineered on its face. But clearly there is some angle that they're taking, because they've been keeping this alive for, I think, more than just the memes. I think the memes are funny. The Trump 2028 hat, it's funny, it's a funny joke and everything, but there seems to be a little something to it they're keeping alive. And I don't believe that Bannon is on the outs with the administration. I think a lot of their hostility is, there's some legitimate division there, but there's I think some of the hostility is a little kayfabed up just to maintain plausible deniability. So if they have a separate team who's working on this issue, and they come up with some sort of a valid legal way of engineering this, then it wouldn't really matter where it came from. The administration would take advantage of it. So I will say I think this is thin. But when I saw that clip, I was like, I wonder what he's saying. It will depend on what the definition of a term is. Well, so I went and read the text, and this seems to be the sentence. That's the only one that would seem to be relevant to that. Okay, let's keep going here. So this is a clip that got a bunch of people really riled up, and it was kind of funny to me because, I've been I've been following the man as closely as just about anybody, I suppose, for the past several years, and in particular, just listening to virtually every single public statement he's ever made. I've tried to do everything I can to get into his head. So when I see this, I understand exactly what he's saying. But as I've indicated in other times, I think there are a lot of the people who don't seem to get him. It seems as if they're just low information. Like they don't have a full and complete picture of who he is because they just haven't gotten enough directly from the source. So they haven't followed things closely enough. They're just far enough removed from all the happenings to build an entire profile to really, really get him. I really get him, I think. And so when he says this, I understand exactly what he's saying. But let me play the clip, and then I have something that someone else wrote that I'll read for you.
I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And as an example, had the election of 2020 not been rigged, you would have millions of people living just in Russia, Ukraine alone. That would have never happened, and it didn't happen for 4 years. And I knew Putin very well. It was the apple of his eye. All the things I've said would have never happened. We had an incompetent administration. We had an incompetent president. And because of a crooked election, millions of people are dead. And by the way, the Israeli thing was much harder to get settled because of the past administration. Okay?
That last statement was actually kind of interesting, too. He's explicitly saying the last administration threw a bunch of wrenches in their way, preventing them from resolving the Israeli thing, which is kind of a interesting little note. But so there's a couple layers to this. One is obviously he's just kind of being, like he says, he's sort of being a little cute. He's kind of joking. But this is also an interesting thing for him to say, particularly on the heels of the lots of reports that he in the White House is talking about heaven very often. Obviously, he had his very close brush with death, and the man is almost 80. He has no reason to be continuing to do every single thing that he's doing. Anybody who says he's doing all this because he's egotistical or anything like that, it's insane. He could have taken any number of off-ramps at any point and lived a happy, successful, wealthy life, the sort of life that anybody else would just dream of being able to, just insane amount of money, celebrity, ability to go anywhere. He has actively chosen to put himself through everything over the last several years because he clearly sees himself as responding to a higher calling. And then getting shot and choosing to continue to double down. That moment when he gets shot and he comes out and he's like fist pumping and he just chooses to double down. Like, those are the sorts of things you can't fake. Those are windows into a person's soul. You can tell that he is motivated by the understanding that he is being called by something higher. And he's made little references here and there to that realization. The administration's been going out of their... This is the most overtly Christian administration I've ever seen, by far. And what this is here is, to me, it's very clearly him expressing his own humility. He's confronted his own death. He recognizes that he's at the end of his life, that he's never going to retire from what he's doing. There is no sail off into the sunset moment for him. He's locked in until the day he dies. Whether he runs in 2028 again or not, even if he doesn't, it's going to be his designated successor, and he's going to be campaigning for them. And he's going to be the senior advisor that's there, guiding them along and going out and negotiating on their behalf. Yeah, Jeremy, there's no after this, and he knows it. So there's not going to be a point where he retires and sails off into the sunset and gets to go kind of recount everything he's gone through and get his affairs together and everything. No, he's doing this until the day he drops. And he just had a near-death experience, so his mortality is very keenly in his face constantly. And so he's thinking about all the things that he's done that he recognizes were bad things. He's not just confronting his own mortality, he's confronting his own sinfulness. You don't say something like this if it isn't coming from a place fundamentally of humility, even though he's doing it in a joking manner. This is a deep expression of humility and contrition. And this is where I've grown up my entire life as a Protestant and a devout sola scriptura Protestant, and then converting to Orthodoxy over the last several years. I kind of see like foot in both camps here. And this isn't to say that if you're a Protestant you can't understand this, or that all Protestants think. It's kind of the thing about Protestantism is that all Protestants don't think the same way. So I'm kind of painting with a broad brush when I say Protestant, but you understand what I'm saying. There's a lot of people who were really concerned about this that I saw who were like, why is the president saying this? Like, why? It was like unsettling and disturbing to them. That he would be like, no, I think I'm damned. Because that's very foreign to the general Protestant psyche. But there's a great tweet here from Gabriel Benton. And it looks to me as if he probably was sharing this from somebody else. He's got quotes around it and signs it, an Orthodox Christian. He says, hot take. Protestant assurance of salvation is just psychological tricks the Protestant plays on himself that involve either, one, judging his change of behavior since conversion as sufficient, or two, downplaying the severity of his actual sins. This leads to a fatal spiritual pride disguised as humility. Donald Trump is not a Protestant. And in saying this, I think saying Donald Trump is not a Protestant, he may have been a Protestant. He may have grown up and largely lived as a Protestant, but what he's expressing and a lot of the sentiments he's expressed recently, to me, is having someone who's been a Protestant for a long time and then not been. It trips something different. And I didn't see any Orthodox or Catholic people who didn't get what he was saying immediately. Of all the people who I saw who were like found it off-putting or bizarre or weird, none of them were, that I could tell, devout Orthodox or Catholics. It was all universally some variant of Protestant. He says Donald Trump is not a Protestant, so he's willing to assess himself honestly and not play psychological games to dismiss his conscience. This is a type of humility that comes from prevenient grace. And prevenient grace is an Augustinian term, largely in origin. And it's basically the grace that the grace of the Holy Spirit that you experience outside the church. It's like the grace that works on you to bring you to the church. I've told the story before, but I had this conversation with my subdeacon, where he said, "You weren't always like I had just been baptized, or was just about to be baptized," and he said, "You weren't always a part of the Orthodox Church, right?" And I said, "No, obviously." And he said, "But something brought you to the church." And I was like, "Yeah." And he said, "So what was that thing?" I said, "Well, obviously it must have been the Holy Spirit." So we know the Holy Spirit is in the church, but clearly the Holy Spirit is also outside the church. But we don't know where he is outside the church. We can conclude that he must be acting outside the church. The church is where we know he is, where we can have full confidence and faith that he is there. But clearly he's also acting outside the church. And this quote from Trump, to me, is a very strong indicator that the Holy Spirit is working on his heart. The reason why Protestant influencers online are so horrified by Trump's comments is because they don't recognize a sinner's humility as something a Christian needs after conversion. So when they encounter it, they're worried that person isn't saved because they think being saved spares you from feeling compunction over past sins. And again, I'll say I know that there is that this is not something that is common to all Protestants. But it also is something that where it exists largely among Protestants. Does that make sense? So like not all Protestants, but if this mentality is there, it's there largely among Protestants, given some of the theological presuppositions. This is counter to the once saved, always saved. You go up and you say you respond to the altar call and you give your you accept Jesus into your heart. Well, and now you're saved. And then there's all the debate about, can you be unsaved again, or are you always saved, or do you need to do things to be saved? I'm not going to go into have the big theological debate about it here, but this was a thing that was prominent in my own mind and understanding as I encountered Orthodoxy myself, that saved is you have been saved, you are saved, and you are being saved, and it's a participatory it's a participatory thing, and the humility that Trump is showing here, saying, I don't think I'm going to get into heaven, I should say that him saying that is him demonstrating actually a lack of ego, a fundamental distrust of himself, and a recognition of his sinfulness. He says it playfully, he says it jokingly, but it's also not the sort of thing that you would say unless this kind of thing is already playing in your mind. So, long and short of it is, pray for our president. He needs it for more than one reason. Speaking of the decidedly Christian character of this administration, yesterday was Charlie Kirk's birthday, and for the first time in American history, a Christian cross has been engraved onto the Presidential Medal of Freedom in honor of Charlie Kirk. Erica Kirk wanted to share this with you as a testament of Charlie's powerful work advancing the kingdom of Jesus Christ. Look at this. There's no audio on the video, it's just a video. Charles James Kirk, awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And it was a beautiful ceremony. Good speech from the president and from Erica, and she in particular she shared what her children wanted to say to their father. I'm not going to play that video for you guys. You can go find it yourselves. But this is the tweet from the White House. To live free is the greatest gift, but to die free is the greatest victory. Charlie Kirk was a martyr for truth and freedom. We will hold his memory in our hearts forever.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Charles James Kirk. The United States honors him as a martyr for truth and freedom.
Charles James Kirk was a visionary and one of the greatest figures of his generation. With hard work and joyful spirit and endless enthusiasm and determination, Charlie grew Turning Point into the largest conservative youth organization in the entire country. In his final moments, Charlie testified to the greatness of America and to the glory of our Savior, with whom he now rests in heaven. As I said, on the day that he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk was a martyr for truth and for freedom. So we hold his memory in our hearts forever. Every single day of this administration, we will continue to carry out the mission for which he lived.
Today we're gathered not only to celebrate Charlie's birthday, but to honor a truth that he gave his entire life to defend, and that's freedom. I can say with confidence, Mr. President, that you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have. Charlie's life was proof that freedom is not a theory, it's a testimony. He showed us that liberty begins not in the halls of power, but in the man of a heart surrendered to God. To live free is the greatest gift, but to die free is the greatest victory. Happy birthday, my Charlie. Happy Freedom Day. God bless you.
Still remarkable to me that we're getting this sort of, it feels cheap to call it content, but this is the sort of thing that the social media accounts for the federal government are pushing out, the sort of rhetoric that they're using especially after the last 4 years. Getting this sort of thing on a daily basis, I think it's probably easy to get used to it and to just kind of expect it, but don't get used to it. Here's JD. And I'm going to play a couple of clips today. I can't remember if I don't think I put these directly in order with each other, but maybe I did. No, I think I didn't. There's one from him here, and then one from Trump. And just listen to their voices and the two. I'll bring up the Trump one. And I'll mention it when I bring it up, and this one here. And just listen to this. Remember that these are human beings. These are not like characters in a movie. These are not just actors, reading off a script. These are actual human beings who actually knew this guy, who have been directly, personally involved in all of these things. So to anybody who tells you that they don't know what time it is, they're not taking this seriously, they're subversive, they're there to lead us all down the primrose path, remember these sorts of clips where they talk like this.
A buddy of mine, this is what drives home how angry I get at the people celebrating Charlie's death and how really one-sided it is that you have people actually celebrating the murder of a dear friend, of a guy who was a leader to so many people. But I was talking to another mutual friend, actually. He was the guy sitting to my left at dinner a couple of nights ago at the vice president's residence. So I won't reveal who it was publicly, but he told me that he had called Erica about a week or so after Charlie died, and he could hear Charlie's daughter say, "Where's Daddy?" like 6 times during this very brief phone call. And I think all of us have had these moments where, yes, we love Charlie and we loved his ideas and we loved what an important voice he was. You know, he's a necessary part. It says the White House right behind you guys, right? We're right here at the White House complex. We wouldn't be here without Charlie. But most tragically, they took a very loving husband away from a wife, and they took a very loving father away from 2 kids. And that is, to me, the great tragedy of this moment. We can't forget that. A buddy of
Yeah, he's trying to hold it in. I mean, just put yourselves in their shoes. You knew this guy. You were close to this guy. You admired him. Now you see his wife. You're connected to his wife regularly. And you hear that sort of story. You either hear that or you hear that sort of story. His little girl is asking, "Where's Daddy?" over and over and over again. This is what Erica's going home to. She's going home to her daughter saying, "Where's Daddy? Where's Daddy? Where's Daddy?" And then opening up the internet to hear everybody telling her that she's covering up her husband's death and she's some sort of traitor to the country who's executing some sort of psyop on everyone. These are human beings, man. Don't become so overwhelmed by cynicism that you descend to that sort of level. I'm not saying you have to uncritically just vapidly accept every single thing that you're told. But you got to have like a base level of maturity where you can recognize the absolutely massive chasm between those two positions. It seems like there's some information missing here. But it's absurd to suggest that she's engaged in this mass cover-up of her husband's death and just tormenting her children because she's some psychotic demon. And yeah, she's doing all of those things. Like, you got to be able to see that chasm. And don't be a degenerate fuck.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
The teens, UEOOA, that attacked the Doge Viking warrior known as Biggest Boss, were given 12 months probation from a Yas Queen American judge. Rip Charlie Kirk, we still need that Erika emoji for the chat.
Oh, yes.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
The teens, UEOOA.
I don't know why I played twice. Thank you, Austin Trees. Yes, I do need to get that Erica emoji for the chat. Thank you for reminding me. Yep, I do have that in the to-do list. Yeah, I saw that story. I saw the there's another radicalization moment for you. You're and I saw also that Big Balls said that there's only 2 out of the 10. There was 10 guys who were involved in that incident. They arrested 2, and then they let them off with probation. And the judge herself said specifically her job or her responsibility is rehabilitation, not punishment. There is so much that has to be done to the judicial system, but we're getting pretty well on that trajectory right now. I've got a few things related to that here today, but as we continue, how about this? A vice president who goes to church when nobody is looking. How much more special did you make those newlyweds' beautiful day? I bet Secret Service was going crazy. J.D. Vance is a regular guy and loves our country and its people. Just when your son's wedding day couldn't get any better, look who walks out of the church. My vice president is a man of the people. There he is. Today I learned J.D. Vance wears jeans to mass. It says, to a beautiful young couple, may God bless you with a healthy and happy life together. Thanks for letting me say hello. His staff delivered a note and Blanton's to the reception later that evening. There's his signature. Mr. and Mr. William Joshua Head. Says, they look great. Please share congratulations from the VP, Second Lady, and our whole team. Really cool. Really, really cool moment. Now here, this is got to play this clip so that I can play the next one. J.D. Vance and George Slopadopoulos had a little interaction here. So this is talking about the allegations that Tom Homan was bribed. Basically, they tried to run the George. It's Papadopoulos, isn't it? George Papadopoulos? Was he the guy that was involved in Russiagate? Where they tried to run the thing where they give him money and he takes the money thinking he's taking it legitimately, and then they frame him for taking a bribe and take him down. They tried to run the same scheme on Tom Homan. And this is what Slopadopoulos was asking him about. And J.D. Vance pushes back. And, I mean, this is the sitting vice president. This is the fucking audacity that these people have.
I don't know what tape you're referring to, George. I saw media reports that Tom Homan accepted a bribe. There's no evidence of that. And here's, George, why fewer and fewer people watch your program and why you're losing credibility. Because you're talking for now 5 minutes with the Vice President of the United States about this story regarding Tom Homan, a story that I've read about, but I don't even know the video that you're talking about. Meanwhile, low-income women can't get food because the Democrats and Chuck Schumer have shut down the government. Right now, we're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer has shut down the government. You are focused on a bogus story. You're insinuating criminal wrongdoing against a guy who has done nothing wrong instead of focusing on the fact that our country is struggling because our government's shut down. Let's talk about the real issues, George. I think the American people would benefit much more from that than from you going down some weird left-wing rabbit hole where the facts clearly show that Tom Homan didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
No,
Well,
George,
Governor
I
J.B.
said that I
Pritzker's
don't.
Up next. We'll be right back.
The absolute stones on these people. Imagine doing that to the sitting vice president. You know, there's been I didn't have time to get the stuff to put this in the show today, but I'll just reference it here. There's these reports now of within the Pentagon. They have new media standards. They're expecting people to sign to these media standards. One of which is that they are not allowed to leak. They're explicitly saying you are not allowed to leak. If you're going to have a press pass to come into the Pentagon, you're going to be recorded, you're going to be documented, you're going to be tracked, and you're not allowed to leak. And of course, they're all doing this big walkout, and there was reports that someone, there's a couple people who were not wanting to participate in the walkout, and they were threatened if they didn't. So, I think that part of this is to do it's just fighting back against the enemy class, but I think it's also legitimately about preventing leaks from coming out, because there's stuff that's going to be going down, that is going down within the Pentagon, is going to continue going down within the Pentagon, particularly domestically, and they need to be in charge of the narrative. They need to be in charge of releasing information when they do and don't, not just to the public, but also to operatives within the country. And a bunch of the major media organizations said, "Oh, they're doing this big walkout, and we're not going to sign on to that. We're not going to agree to that. Oh, they're tyrannical and everything." This isn't going to end the way that they think it's going to end. Here's how the president responded to them. See, they're just gonna keep getting this. They're already basically irrelevant. They're barely, the only relevance that they have is when something like this happens and people post it on Twitter or elsewhere. If they just keep getting frozen out, then nothing that they say or do is going to be worth anything because they're frozen out.
ABC fake news. Brian, please.
First of all, congratulations.
I don't take questions from ABC fake news. After what you did with Stephanopoulos to the Vice President of the United States, I don't take questions from ABC fake news. Brian, go ahead. Yes.
They're just going to keep getting this. They're just going to keep getting frozen out. And this is clearly an intentional policy by the administration and has been from the jump. Oh, there we go. So the video got stuck open. They're actually, in the same way that the Democrats shutdown is, that the Schumer shutdown is just ultimately they're like, they're going to have, it's going to be a Pyrrhic victory. If they have any sort of victory out of it, it's going to be a Pyrrhic victory where they try to gain something, and maybe they do gain a little something, but they cost themselves immensely in the long run. That's what's happening with this as well. They're going to be locked out. They're not going to be able to get their leaks that they want. They're going to have to start sourcing more and more absurd stories, fabricating these stories. And one thing I was thinking about the other day is it's clearly been an intentional policy by the administration to have each cabinet member have their own social media presence and break news and release statements and have a voice directly from them. In the past, if there was going to be some new like Pentagon policy or something like that, you wouldn't have heard it from Pete Hegseth. You would have heard it repeated by, Reuters or something like that. Because the people in the Pentagon, when there's a new policy coming, there would be somebody who would go tell that person, hey, reporter, here's the new policy that's coming. They would announce it, and then the Pentagon would just confirm it. But I don't think it's an accident that, go through the list of the cabinet and think of how many of them have become outspoken posters on their own, where they're communicating policy changes and agenda items and correcting the record and doing whatever they want straight directly to the American people. They don't need the media to get these messages out. So the media just is existing now as basically an opinion factory that's just reacting to the things that are being published that have sidelined them. So they're purely reactionary. And you can see it in the way that they're behaving. They are reacting to everything. They are now in the outer party role. They can try to fabricate some narratives, but it's very difficult for them to get anything to stick because they never know what's coming next. And the way things are right now is as friendly to them as it's possibly going to be. Because when they took office on January 20th, there was plenty of people who are subversives and traitors and leakers and all of that who are still there. But there's been concerted efforts across all the different agencies to identify and remove those people. As part of what Russ Vought is doing now. The people that are being prioritized to be fired are the ones that each of the agency heads have identified as unreliable, untrustworthy, unnecessary. They're loyalty testing them. And they're purging them. Of course, they're not going to be able to get 100% loyalists, but it's going to become more and more loyalist going forward, particularly now with the Supreme Court knocking off Humphrey's executor, and the president is able to fire any commissioner that he wants. The further we go into the unitary executive world, the less and less the media or any of their apparatchiks are going to have any sort of control or influence on the administration. It's another slow stranglehold where they're gradually bringing control in themselves, where they dictate the narrative. Tom Luongo says they strike the operational tempo. They're the ones who control the Gantt chart now. And the Democrats, the media, the NGOs, whatever, have been pushed into a purely reactionary posture. Now, here's the other clip I was talking about. There's that one with JD. There's this one with Trump. First of all, this screen cap here is just begging. Just begging for the memes. One of you guys can grab that and do something with it, perhaps. But this is President Trump going nuclear on the crooked Democrats who went after him with everything they had.
Happy with the job we're doing. I'm very happy with the job they're doing. But when you tell me about attacking a political opponent, there's never been, and I'm a legitimate opponent. I watched my son. He's got the #1 best-selling book now. My son, Eric, is a wonderful kid. That guy spent so much time with subpoenas. He got more subpoenas than anybody in the history of our country. Think of it. And he's an innocent, good boy. He's a good kid. He's always been a good kid. All of my children are good. They went through hell. My children went through federal grand juries on a hoax. Think of it. You have Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton and others make up a hoax and then wanting to so they know it's a hoax, and they go before the press, say Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail because of what he's done with Russia. I'll never forget, I get a call from my son, Don, and he said, Dad, I'm being accused of something with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know anything about it. Think of it, how bad they are. They say he'll go to prison for the rest of his life. He knew nothing about it. On a hoax, the Russian hoax, Russia hoax, on a story that they made up. And they made it up in order to explain why Hillary Clinton lost an election that she lost by pretty good numbers. The second one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never...
They wanted to send my children to jail. 80-year-old man. They shot you in the head. You've accepted that you're going to die doing the job that you're doing now. You could go off and sail on a yacht for the rest of your life and not be subjected to all of this, not see this happen to your children. You could make that decision, but you've already decided, no, I'm pot committed now. I don't even know that I'm going to get into heaven. All that I can do is try to atone for every other thing that I've done and try to save my country. And these fucking people tried to put my son in jail. They tormented my children. These are not casual statements. The dude is pissed.
Forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach me based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously in the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens, and I beat it. But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve the rest of his life in prison. These are sick, bad people.
These are sick, bad people. I don't know if you have kids, but if you watched this entire system go out of their way to knowingly make up stories and try to put your children in jail, try to ruin their lives, you experienced the fear and the confusion and the apprehension from your children, even if they were full-grown men, staring down grand jury subpoenas, the prospect of life in prison, knowing full well that if you fall short at any point between now and the end, you're going to get that 100-fold. Can you imagine the state of mind of these people?
And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very, very soft.
Watch his face here.
The rest of his life in prison.
This is like, he's not just kind of like sort of ranting like, ha ha ha, oh, these are terrible people. The dude's pissed. And watch his face get hard when he says this.
These are sick, bad people. And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very,
right
very
there.
soft. I wouldn't be that soft, I'll tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's get the hell out of here.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Thank you, guys.
Now, it's an interesting statement he says there at the end. We have been very, very soft. I wouldn't be that soft. Now, you might get this from some who would see that and be like, oh, see, he's controlled. He's not the one that's running anything. He'll send out his truths where he says, why isn't this happening? So-and-so, get on this. I need you to get on this. Why isn't this happening? And he kind of acts like he's a bystander in all of this. And I was sitting in the shower last night contemplating this. I was thinking about that line and kind of playing it over and over my head and thinking about it. And, when Luongo has been using this narrative sort of structure lately that I think is actually really useful. Middle management, upper management, and the high table. The high table being from the John Wick movies. The high table would be like the guys who don't have Wikipedia pages, the guys who are operating the real string pullers behind the scenes, the financiers, the real power. Then you have middle management, which would be most presidents. It would be like most world leaders. It would be guys like maybe like Bill Gates or some of the the more prominent billionaires, but the ones who really, at the end of the day, they're not really controlling themselves. They're middle management. And then upper management are the guys who have a lot more say-so. They've got a lot more sway. They can move things on their own through their sheer force of will or their sheer brilliance. I think Elon would probably be, I don't know what Luongo would say on this, but I think Elon would probably be an upper management type. He can, given the platform that he has and the social capital that he's accumulated to himself and the political capital he's accumulated, I think that he has more say-so than the average billionaire. Trump, as a president, most presidents are middle management. Trump is upper management. He actually has the, it's kind of like when you have, thing in sports terms, you might have like a superstar player who really gets to dictate his own terms much more than another player does. He's still a player. He still ultimately answers to someone, but, you know, like Patrick Mahomes, or peak Tom Brady, or I don't know, peak I just forgot the guy's name. Plays for the Nuggets. Big Serbian guy who doesn't even like basketball, but he's really good at it. Name just escaped my mind. He just wants to go play with his horses. Guys like that. Jokic, thank you. Yes, Jokic. Guys like that, they maybe they're players. They're players on the playing field like the others, but they can throw their weight around quite a bit more. And Trump would be one like that. He is upper management. He is not a high table guy. I believe that he is not a high table guy. Ultimately, he depends upon other people to provide him with power and capital, and he needs to induce them. But he has a gravity unto his own that sort of makes the relationship a little less hierarchical, and he can dictate terms a little bit more. I think that so if you think about him coming into office as in 2016, he was middle management then. He's the president, so he has some say so. He's got a lot of celebrity. He's memed into office. There's a lot of energy around him, but ultimately he's kind of one voice. And he's one voice that gets maybe, he gets an extra vote over everyone else, but he's surrounded by other bureaucrats and generals and officials and stuff who, if they want, they can all cooperate and dig their heels in and just refuse to do anything that he tells them to do. They can do it in an infinite number of subversive ways where it's not obvious that they're subverting him, but they're running out the clock and they're just delaying and being strategically incompetent. And they had that ability to neuter him the first time around. This time around, they don't have that same capacity, but it doesn't mean that that element doesn't still exist to a certain degree. And again, if you're considering the fact that, number one, we can't be in the host-scaring business just yet, still have to win elections, if we're not going to do like full, complete martial takeover of the government before the next election, then we still have to operate within this frame. Which means he needs to be an authoritarian leader while not appearing to be an authoritarian leader. He may have the capacity to be an authoritarian leader. But it's best if he doesn't look like an authoritarian leader. So it's best if it looks like he has powerful power brokers around him, and he's a strong voice at the table, but he has not pulled the nuclear option yet. The nuclear option is still sitting there. At any point, he can say, all right, we've been way too soft. We're going to go hard now. They're not even going hard yet. That's just looming in the background. Waiting is a break glass in case of emergency option. There is political utility in this framing. The N-word option, yes. The
N-word!
It's politically useful right now to have that perception. And I think that it's not just a perception, I think it is real. The time is going to come where he is going to have to start testing the limits of his power. But they have to build up to that, and they have to exhaust every other option between now and then. So when he says, I wouldn't be that soft, which sort of implies that he's not necessarily the one running the show, It's because there is a degree to which there's still, he doesn't have absolute 100% unqualified say-so on everything, just as a matter of political reality, but they're angling in that direction. They're developing the framework whereby he will have that. And the reason he doesn't have it is because he hasn't claimed it yet. It would be really bad for him to try to claim it and miss it. Like climbing a ladder and you have to jump for the next rung. Well, as long as you're on this rung here, you're okay. If you jump for the next rung and you miss that rung, you're screwed. So you better make sure when you make that jump that you're actually going to get the next rung. So part of the reason why he doesn't have the absolute 100% say-so is because he hasn't moved that way just yet. They have to ensure that when they make that move, he gets it. But I think it's clear. You get that, the J.D. Vance thing where he talks about Charlie Kirk and his little girl asking, "Where's Daddy?" This being something they're confronting on a regular basis. And then this clip from Trump, where he's talking about how they directly, personally went after his family, tried to destroy him on a hoax. I know we've heard this for 10 years now, but they're not letting go of that. They know that these people tried to destroy them. They're not going to let it go. Now, this is a funny clip. Cannot let a clip like this go by for the ASTROLABE.
Didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you. And they love what you say about crime and stopping crime.
Weird Stephen! Just reading between the lines there. Like, I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings. The people love him. And he like is pointed. He's like, I really like what you say on TV. I like watching you on TV. And he knows what his true feelings are. Which means Stephen Miller has not revealed the full extent of his power levels in public. You put two and two together there? He's like, I'd love to have him come up and explain his truest feelings, but yeah, no, maybe not yet. Maybe we'll keep those under wraps for now. We have not yet seen Stephen Miller's truest feelings revealed in public. These monsters. Yes. And not only have we not seen Stephen Miller's truest feelings revealed in public, but Donald Trump knows what they are, and he likes them. You got to read between the lines here, folks.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Kingpilled Pentagon Press Pass when? P. Oyster Pentagon Press Pass. C. Kyle Kingpilled Discord. How can this help kill the poor and guess the Jews? It is long past time for an E-Space Force, Mensch der P. Oyster Arm of the Dow. Frog Force incoming.
Okay, that one was... I have to reread that one. King-pilled Pentagon press pass when? Poster Pentagon press pass. And then framed as a question. See Kyle, King-pilled Discord. How can this help kill the poor and gas the Jews? I can't wait to ask that question. It's long past time for an E-Space Force. Memester poster arm of the Department of War. Frog Force incoming. Frog Force. Hopefully people don't think that. Hopefully that doesn't make people think that we're French.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Upper management? Middle management? Social capital? Vril? It's called Vril.
Vril! Ooh, listening to him say Vril, that really, that hits the spot. Thank you. Salty milk is not much better. Here's some red meat for the crowd from the State Department Twitter account. The United States has no obligation to host foreigners who wish death on Americans. The State Department continues to identify visa holders who celebrated the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk. Here are just a few examples of aliens who are no longer welcome in the U.S. An Argentine national said that Kirk devoted his entire life spreading racist, xenophobic, misogynistic rhetoric and deserves to burn in hell. Visa revoked. A South African national mocked Americans grieving the loss of Kirk, saying they're hurt that the racist rally ended in attempted martyrdom and alleging he was used to astroturf a movement of white nationalist trailer trash. Visa revoked. A Mexican national said that Kirk died being a racist, he died being a misogynist, and stated that there are people who deserve to die. There are people who would make the world better off dead. Visa revoked. A Brazilian national charged that Charlie Kirk was the reason for a Nazi rally where they marched in homage to him, and that Kirk died too late. Visa revoked. A German national celebrated Kirk's death and attempted to justify his murder, writing, "When fascists die, Democrats don't complain." Visa revoked. A Paraguayan national charged that Charlie Kirk was a son of a bitch and he died by his own rules. Visa revoked. POTUS and Secretary Rubio will defend our borders, our culture, and our citizens by enforcing our immigration laws. Aliens who take advantage of America's hospitality while celebrating the assassination of our citizens will be removed. To that I say,
the only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
They are coming up with any excuse necessary to revoke visas. Be heartened, O ye of little faith. Be heartened. They're also talking about, this is another one that I couldn't quite fit in with everything here today, but they're talking about changing the visa policy to be restrictive and focused only on English-speaking nations, including South Africa and Europe. Imagine, and they specifically called out people who live in so-called democracies but are facing any sort of totalitarian overreach from their governments, or they're part of populist political parties that are under threat. Imagine what happens if the United States brain drains Europe of all their nationalist and nationalist sympathizing people. We will take you, Euro bros. You just have to say thank you.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Israel is acting like Nazis, libs acting like Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller translated. That was, Israel is acting like Nazis, quote unquote. Libs. Acting like Stephen Miller. Adolf Hitler indeed. Now, this is some interesting and clever politicking here by the president, because this is actually swinging a pretty big stick. Talking about the Olympics, or sorry, not the Olympics, the World Cup. And he says he could change the location of FIFA World Cup games or the Olympics away from blue cities if it's too unsafe.
Boston. The answer is yes. If somebody is doing a bad job, and if I feel there's unsafe conditions, I would call Johnny, the head of FIFA, who's phenomenal, and I would say, let's move it to another location. And he would do that. He wouldn't love to do it, but he'd do it. Very easily he'd do it.
Trump's like, yeah, I control the head of FIFA. He'll do what I tell him to do. And this would be quite powerful. Exactly, Mr. Sue. Bye-bye tourist money. Do you know just how much these cities budget on receiving in tourist revenue for the World Cup or for the Olympics? It's a big frickin' deal when these cities get to host events for these major international tournaments. And hanging that over a city's head is a really good way to set the actual financial movers and shakers within a given city at odds with the government, the local government. Because you might talk a big game about human rights and all of that sort of thing, but all of a sudden, if you're looking at a massive financial windfall being taken away from you because some retard mayor wants to try to go toe to toe with the president over deporting illegal aliens, you're gonna watch some state and local officials get, I don't know, stern phone calls, manila envelopes slapped down on their desks, revocation of funds, donations to political opponents. Yes, Donkey Bite, levers are meant to be pulled. This is a huge lever.
And this is the right time to do it. If I thought Boston was doing something that was going to cause safety conditions for the World Cup, I could say the same thing for the Olympics, because we have events that are in different locations for the Olympics. It's based in LA. If I thought LA was not going to be prepared properly, I would move it to another location if I had to. On that one, I'd probably have to get a different kind of a permission, but we would do that. Gavin Newsom, he's got to get his act together, because had we not gone in at the beginning of my term, had we not gone in with a very strong, powerful force, they would have lost LA. Now, you already lost 25,000 houses to fires. You got a big scar right in the middle of the city. And that should have never happened, because they should have had the water flowing in from the Pacific Northwest. All they had to do is open up the valves. He didn't want to do it. And he didn't want to do it. He says for environmental reasons. I don't believe that. But, for some reason, he didn't want to do it. And lost 25,000. You had no water in the fire pumps. You had no water in the sprinkler systems in the ceilings. There were no houses. Normally, the things would go in. You might not have lost. You might not have lost 2 houses. So if he doesn't play ball, we're going to have to be very tough with him.
This is if you're not gonna keep your city safe, then we're not gonna have some big scandal where we, as the United States, on the year of our 250th anniversary, we're hosting these storied tournaments, and we get some sort of scandal because there's some a wildfire that takes over in Los Angeles, or there's cartels holding people hostage in these Democrat-run cities. No. That's not happening. Nope. We are not going to host these events in your cities. You're not going to get the hotels. You're not going to get the food. You're not going to get the all of your Uber drivers, anybody who would be getting paid out by having this massive influx of people coming in for those events. Nope. Not going to happen. We are more than happy to hold that hostage. That would make a dent.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
We are going to work to remove illegal immigrants from the world. Stephen, from their host countries? Reuters bits, I suppose that too. Stephen.
So Stephen Miller says, we are going to work to remove illegal immigrants from the world. Reuters, from their host countries? Stephen, yeah, I suppose that too. Thank you, Stephen Miller, translator. You're a patriot. You're very useful to us. Speaking of, here's the this is a good time for the thing that Rethuglican tagged me in earlier. There's layers to this one. Are you ready? Says Stephen Miller. JD Vance, I am. Very well, says Stephen Miller. Receive my gift willingly. Oh no! Don't do it, JD. I don't know though. Like, I could see JD when he's a little older. This could actually go pretty hard. Like 55 or 60-year-old JD, if he gets the powerful Norwood going on and he gets fully silvered out on the beard, maybe some scars on his face or something. I could see this happening. That could work very well. And of course, this tweet coming from Fraser Payne, we see our vice president is forecasting his own fate. Thank you, Rethuglican. Speaking of JD Vance, here you go. Please be patient, says, it was all foretold. This video, November 7th, 2024. JD told us exactly what was coming. Exactly what was going to happen.
Trump's main campaign platforms, one of the main things that he talks about, and of course, I think he learned in some ways the hard way during his first 4 years in office, is the president recognizes that if you have people in your government who you tell to do something and they disobey you, that's not like checks and balances. They're part of your government. The check and balance is the House, the Senate, the judiciary, right? If the people in your own government aren't obeying you, you have got to get rid of them and replace them with people who are responsive to what the president is trying to do. If you don't have that, you don't have a real democratic accountability.
You've got to be a nut cutter because that's the system at stake.
That's right.
That's democratic control. How do voters have any control over their government if the people they elect have no control?
That's exactly right, man. And again, it's we have to sort of remind ourselves that it's real people who suffer because of this, right? There are Americans who are dead because the Joint Chiefs of Staff didn't listen to the President of the United States when he said you need to do troop redeployments out of Syria. There are veterans who are dead because the VA does not function as well as it could because the president needs to be able to fire, again, the small number, but the small number of people who aren't doing their job. And that same story repeats itself, rinse and repeat through the entire American government. You have got to have basic democratic accountability. And I think, most Americans recognize, look, we're fine with, bureaucrats making a reasonable salary. We're fine with people having a good life, but they've got to do their job, right? When you're in public service, you've got to do your job. And whether you're an elected official or an unelected bureaucrat, if you're not doing your job, you got to get out there and make way for somebody who will.
So if you guys win and you start firing people who are acting against orders of their commander-in-chief and against the expressed will of voters, the New York Times will call it a fascist takeover.
That's exactly right.
So the question is, do you care?
Well, I think we have to not care. Now, you have to care about public opinion, of course, because you have to actually make the case to the American people.
But if you're acting on behalf of the public,
you have to say...
That's the point I've been making. They still have to make the case to the American people. The American people are not anywhere close to the point at which they'd be ready for them to just do this stuff and just whatever, you take it over, you guys run the show, we trust you. No. People aren't anywhere close to being ready for that. So they do still have to be concerned about public perception and ensuring that they're maintaining a robust connection with the electorate.
Look,
this interview was during the campaign. This video was posted November 7th. The interview was I think this is the last week before the election.
Look, it's what's so funny about it is
that's why the dog is there. His dog is there with him because they're on the road.
The opposite, right? Real democracy is when the elected leaders the voters elect actually make the decisions in the government.
Right.
But fascism, if it's anything, it's that the voters don't get any say in how their government actually operates. So I think you have to do it. And look, man, I've been in politics all of 2 years, but there are all of these really subtle ways in which the media, the tech sector, the people who call the shots try to manipulate the American public and manipulate political leadership into not doing the things the American people actually want. So here, let me give you an example. Mark this down. I guarantee in 18 months or so, we're going to have, this is going to be prophetic.
Okay, in 18 months or so. So right now he's kind of got a game plan. He's got a trajectory. What's about 18 months? So about 18 months after the election, meaning middle of the summer, late spring, early summer of 2026. Maybe just before the 250th anniversary. So he's highlighting this 18 months for a particular reason. That's very interesting.
So right now, according to public opinion polling, 65% of Americans, give or take, support mass deportations, meaning 25 million people here, you've got to send some of them back to where they came from. Okay, that's a common sense issue. 2/3 of Americans, give or take, support it. In 18 months, there will be media stories and there will be public opinion polls to back it up that actually Americans do not support mass deportations, that Donald Trump is doing all of these terrible things and he has to stop. It's inhumane, it's evil, and the American public don't support it. the same people who put those public opinion polls together are the same people who say, for example, that Donald Trump was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. Remember that? 3 days before the 2020 election, Donald Trump was supposed to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. And set to the side all of the debates about what happened in 2020, Wisconsin was basically a tied election. So these guys use public polls, they use the media, not even just to manipulate public opinion, but to manipulate our leadership about what public opinion actually says.
So how does that happen? So those polls are fake, is what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely, they're fake. They're absolutely fake.
So the following interview was filmed before the election. He says Trump will fire all the people within the federal government who will work to obstruct him. Media will then work to manipulate the public and political leaders into not doing the things the American people actually want. Trump will start mass deportations, which will trigger the media to release fake public polls claiming Americans don't actually support mass deportations, even though they do. And this isn't even getting into like all the deep stuff. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They've known what they're facing. They've known it from the beginning. Now, let's take some bets on who this particular person that our president is referring to is.
Shutdown. You have the money to pay the troops on October 15th. Okay. How is
I actually have a man who is a very wealthy person. You'll know that when I tell you this. Who called a donor, a great gentleman, and he said, if there's any money necessary, shortfall, for the paying of the troops, then I will pay it, meaning he will pay it. How about that? I said, look, we're not going to need it. We're going to take care of our troops. But this was a position that's being forced upon us by Democrats. And all they have to do is just...
Shutdown.
Bi-weekly payroll for the troops is around $6.6 billion. So, how many people in the world, he says it's a donor. I saw some people who were saying that it's him. I don't think it's him. I don't think he's talking about himself. I also don't think that he's talking about Elon either. I know a lot of people, like the tweet here says it has to be someone like Elon Musk, not just any billionaire could cover it. Jamie Dimon. Yeah, that was one that I thought. He said a donor. This is a donor who offered this. There is not a lot of, and he says it's a specific person too. He calls him a gentleman. I don't think he would say, there's like some of these words that he, Trump like speaks his mind way too much that you got to read into some of this stuff. I really don't think that it would be that it would be Elon. I don't think that he would choose the word. He's a gentleman said this. I think it's an older man. And he's talking about some sort of older man, someone who would have pockets deep enough to do that. Now, I don't think this is someone who would necessarily be like just paying it just for funsies. Like they would have an IOU and they would get compensated back for it. But that means that there is some billionaire out there some billionaire donor who is all in on the shutdown. And all in on the shutdown, lasting as long as it needs to the point where he's willing to pay the troops himself out of his own pocket to ensure that it still happens. So this is not the administration huddled under taking fire and trying to hammer their way out. Because if there's one billionaire with pockets that deep who's willing to pony up to facilitate something like this, there's quite a few more. The administration has a tremendous amount of support in navigating through this shutdown. Which also means, I think you can reasonably conclude from this, we already knew this already, but I think it's validation of it. You can reasonably conclude from this that this is not a plan B sort of thing. This isn't something that was sprung on them and they weren't ready for it. No, they've been fully prepared. They've known exactly what they're going to do at this point. This is why they got the One Big Beautiful Bill pushed through the way they did, to fund everything that they would possibly need, so that if they couldn't get this continuing resolution pushed through, to just maintain spending levels as they are, and they had to shut the government down, they'd be ready to go. They knew exactly what they were going to do with it. Now, speaking of that, here is the man they refer to, according to the president, as Darth Vader. Mr. Russ Vogt. This is the man I voted for. Look at this stone cold killer, Mr. Russ Vogt.
Are we talking 10 people? We talking 1,000 people? We talking 10,000 people?
We're definitely talking thousands of people. Much of the reporting has been based on kind of court snapshots.
He's talking about federal employees being fired,
which they've articulated is in the 4,000 number of people. But that's just a snapshot, and I think it'll get much higher. And we're going to keep those RIFs rolling throughout this shutdown because we think it's important to stay on offense for the American taxpayer and the American people in getting a government that, if there's an opportunity to have less bureaucracy, and think of Green New Deal programs at the Department of Energy, think the Minority Business Development Agency at Commerce that divvies up business grants on the basis of race, think environmental justice at EPA, think about CISA. CISA was an area that we riffed, which was participating in censorship of the American people. We want to be very aggressive where we can be in shuttering the bureaucracy, not just the funding, but the bureaucracy, that we now have an opportunity to do that. And that's where we're going to be looking for our opportunities.
Thousands of people, 4,000 is just a snapshot. And I mean, we've known this for so long. I strongly, strongly recommend you guys, if you need something to listen to, as soon as you finish this episode, you're looking for something to listen to, go listen to Russ Vogt on Tucker Carlson last year. Maybe I need to do an episode where we do a listen through on that. That would actually be kind of interesting to go back and revisit that. It was, let me see when it was. I wonder if it'll come up easily here. Russ Vogt, Tucker Carlson. It was 10 months ago, November 18, 2024. So after the election, I don't know if it was recorded before the election or not, but that may be, let me see if I can fit that in tomorrow's show. Doing a watch through on that would be very interesting, because when I watched that, I was like, ooh. I was aware of Russ Vogt before from the first administration, and then from following Project 2025 stuff. And then I listened to him talk, listened to the way that he talked, and I was like, oh, this guy is 100% our guy, like through and through. This is entirely our guy. And if we're talking about him being given full reign to go through and start hacking and slashing anything he wants, the dude's an operator. Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do a watch through of that interview. It's an hour and 42 minutes long, so we'll see if we can get through the whole thing. But here's the chapters. What is the Office of Management and Budget? How our intel agencies overrule the president? What will the congressional hearings look like for Trump's appointees? The evil think tanks trying to undermine you. They're trying to leave Trump with World War III. How the deep state tried to destroy Matt Gaetz. The root problem of government corruption. How do we stop the intel agencies from interfering with elections? Elon and Vivek's plan with Doge. Our leaders care more about war than American citizens. And how they've brainwashed you to ignore your intuition. That'll be a fun watch. That'll be a very fun watch. Oh yeah, and there's going to be a Nick Fuentes Tucker Carlson collab coming. I told you guys. I told you. I said a couple weeks ago, or a couple months ago maybe at this point, I was like, yeah, this whole little spat between Nick and Tucker, they're going to be on a podcast together talking to each other very soon. And I expect that it's actually going to go really, really well. That may be another one that we have to do a watch of here and react to, because that's a couple of sharp characters. Okay. Now, here's a sassy gigafag moment today. Get the clip queued up here. Scott Bessent is just, man, I enjoy watching this dude operate. He's got like the perfect type of autism where he's got this Obviously, he's a very dignified gay, and obviously very. He's got deep autism. He's a huge historian. This is one thing a lot of people don't know about him, is he's a total history nerd. And given the sorts of decisions that he's made and the way that he sees the world, the way that he talks, I remember one clip that stuck in my head was during I think it was after the election, but before the inauguration. He was talking about immigration. And he was like, well, if immigration will boost the GDP, then why don't we just create a highway from Tierra del Fuego straight into the United States and just bring every single person from the global south into the country? Why don't we just do that? Wouldn't that make everything better? And I was like, ooh, that's kind of a spicy one. Coming from, this like sort of very dignified, posh hedge fund guy. The dude is a savage. He is ruthless. You could just tell that this man, if you could get a conversation of him completely unfiltered, I think he would probably fit very well in many group chats. Let's just say that. But listen to this line.
Are the president's tariffs not taxes on imported goods?
How are the president's tariffs not taxes on imported goods?
It's easy because tariffs are a surcharge, not a tax. They could be paid by the exporter. They could be paid by the country. When you go and get your driver's license, you pay a fee. Is that a tax? Is it a tax?
I'm asking you the question, sir. And I just appreciate the answer to it. Thank you.
And I'm giving you an answer that maybe you don't like. The other thing is, this case, and Ambassador Jameson is a lawyer. I'm not.
As am I. Thank you.
I won't tell you the one thing I agreed with Lennon on.
You see Jameson Greer to his left, our right. Wait a minute.
I think that we see with this Chinese provocation why it is very important for the president to have emergency powers to implement tariffs.
The Treasury Secretary just told a reporter to his face that lawyers should be hung, basically. He said, so he'd said tariffs are not a tax, it's a surcharge. When you pay a fee for your driver's license, is that a tax? And then he was like, is it? And the reporter's like, I'm asking you a question, sir. I just appreciate an answer. And Bessent said, well, I'm giving you an answer. Maybe you don't like it. And then he says, the other thing is, this tariff case, he says, Ambassador Jameson here is a lawyer. And the reporter's like, as am I. I am a lawyer as well. And Bessent just kind of paused and chuckled and said, I won't tell you the one thing I agreed with Lennon on. And the thing that Lennon thought about lawyers is that they're scummy, untrustworthy characters who need to be purged, essentially. That is some highbrow. We are going to fucking kill you. Now, I got another clip here of our great and glorious Gigafag. But before that, let's hear this tip from C. Kyle High. Oh, I see what he's doing here. C. Kyle High Ol Hitter.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
So, there's a problem with revolutionary communism and the American people are the problem. Very interesting. Burnham P. Wasting.
Yes. That was
The white man is back, baby.
That was from JD's clip.
The white man is back.
Lawyers.
Yeah, this one is lawyers with 3 brackets around it. That's exactly it. That's exactly what Scott Bessent is saying. Scott Bessent basically just called him a dirty Jew. So here he is talking to the TPUSA bros, including Blake Neff, and got a very interesting statement that he makes here in this.
A clip here that's really important because you're working on a very
important piece of this, and I wish we had more time for this, so let's just get right into it. 136.
Let me tell you something I've not shared with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us.
So that is a powerful clip. Stephen Miller said something similar when JD hosted the show on the Monday after he was assassinated. And Treasury, I come to find out, coming to D.C., that Treasury has taken an active role in an aspect of this dismantling of the financial networks that are supporting some of these radical left violent groups.
I just noticed that Besant is wearing a sort of like an olive green tie, like a dark olive green tie. That's very interesting.
With what you can, I know it's an ongoing process.
So it's an ongoing process, and I will tell you that after 9/11, Treasury became the driving force behind tracking down the networks of terrorist organizations, how they were financed, how could this have happened on U.S. soil with these international terrorist organizations? Where did the money come from? Who were the ultimate funders? And that was on the international side. And Andrew, I will tell you that Charlie's death is like a domestic 9/11.
Charlie's death is like a domestic 9/11. What a thing to say. Remember how right after it happened, everyone was saying that Charlie Kirk's assassination is like 9/11 for Zoomers? Well, it seems as if they are capitalizing on the moment. And framing it this way is quite telling.
That we are going to find, it has alerted us to what Charlie knew, that these organizations are working within our borders. And look, we believe people have a right to free speech. They have a right to organize. They have a right to protest, but they have to do it peacefully. They cannot embrace violence, and we have seen it. We've seen it since the terrible day 2 years ago, the anti-Semitism and the bias that came out after October 7th, 2023. And many of these organizations have been financed by nonprofits, and it's going to stop. And we are going to, as they always say, follow the money. When you see these groups where all the signs match, they have hundreds of the same umbrellas that they're using. After they cause the mayhem, they have the same lasers that they're using to blind our police force. How are they constructed? Because this takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of organization, and we are going to do that. We have started to compile lists, put together networks, and there's a long record here. And we don't know how much of the support's coming in from overseas. We don't know how much being supported by U.S. nonprofits, C3s that give money to C4s. But this is mission critical for us now, just as after 9/11 and Osama bin Laden, the ultimate culprit, was captured. We are operationalizing this here at Treasury, and we are going to track down who is responsible for this. So Charlie's death has set this off, and we are determined not only to honor him, but to keep our country safe and to ensure freedom of speech on both sides. That we can't, as conservatives, we can't be afraid to go out and speak. I know people are canceling speeches. They're having to bring down the size of the rallies. President Trump was millimeters away from death, and he was not deterred, and we're not going to be deterred.
God bless you for that. I wish I had. I want to.
So there's if you don't like, I listen to basically every single interview that Besant does for in any capacity. It's on any time anything Besant comes up on YouTube, I listen to basically all of them, and this is how he talks 100% of the time. This is like he has this sort of kind of egg-headed, kind of halting, very methodical way of speaking, and he's very waspy. Like he sort of does the same thing that Tucker does, except Tucker's high energy and he's more low energy. But he kind of speaks in allusions, and he doesn't necessarily come out and say things directly. But you can kind of, after you follow him for a while, you can start picking up on the sort of things that they're alluding to. So there's a number of things that he says in there that are like the October 7th and the anti-Semitism, and then the ultimate culprit of 9/11, Osama bin Laden, like some of these things where he's sort of just appealing to the standing narrative that is. And I wouldn't put too much stock into those things. Like, I'm not saying that he's like memes aside, I'm not saying he's like a total what would you say, like a crypto Nazi or something, a crypto anti-Semite. But he's again, when you're having these sorts of conversations in public and you're the Treasury Secretary, it's just these are whether you believe them or not, it's useful to just accept the standard narrative on things and just operate within that constraint. You don't want to be really veering outside one way or the other and saying really weird things that's going to get you big headlines and that sort of thing. But he is, he's a student of history and wanted to be a professor. Like, you can read between the lines of some of the stuff that he's saying, and there's an overlap here. That the fact that the anti-Semitism thing comes to mind is because you could see the lateral move that's being made here. You have NGOs funding and sponsoring this sort of radical left-wing terrorism, which has a direct overlap with the whole psyop that is Free Palestine. Like, I don't care what you personally think about Palestine, vis-a-vis Israel or just in general. Completely setting that aside, the entire Free Palestine movement is obviously an astroturfed psyop thing funded by the exact same people who funded the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's completely, obviously transparent and has been for a very long time. The whole Free Palestine thing is a terrorist psyop. And there's total overlap. So when the administration is combating anti-Semitism, there are people within the administration who are genuine, like true believers, lovers of the Jew and all of that. There are also plenty of people in the administration who are not, but it's a useful frame to operate within because it makes it basically politically ironclad to target that particular domain. And this is why it's really silly to get yourself really dug in on this particular issue and making it like the absolute hill that you die on every single front, because it's clearly a constructed, controlled opposition matrix. And so, like, really over-indexing on one side or the other is just volunteering to be controlled within that matrix. Yeah, he does seem to come from nobility. He absolutely is the closest thing there would be to modern day nobility. That's the way he carries himself, the way he behaves and talks. He's I believe 8th generation, some 7th, 8th, 9th generation French Huguenot, actually. And then this is another Besant clip that is interesting with respect to China. I included this one because I had those other Besant clips, but this is from a recent interview talking about the broadsides that the United States and China are sending back and forth at one another. And this is what he said.
Thinks that this may have been, from a lower level official. The Chinese system is quite brittle, so this may not have come from Xi Jinping himself. This may have come, from a Chinese hardliner. They have hardliners on their side too, who are always trying to undermine the relationship.
So what he's referring to is this drastic move that the Chinese made recently regarding export controls on rare earths that they applied to not just the United States, but a bunch of other nations as well. Seth Levy here says, Besant returns to a tactic I've highlighted where he describes separate power structures within China. This both undermines the idea of Xi as an all-powerful force, while also elevating Xi above the Communist Party and imbuing him with the authority to take favorable actions. This is very good art of the deal communication. Trump will do things like this as well. And I think Bessent does this. This isn't like something Bessent learned from Trump necessarily. He just does this naturally because he's a tremendous diplomat in his own right. By setting Xi apart from other hardliners in the CCP, he's both, on one hand, he's kind of hollowing out or undermining Xi as sort of like a supernatural political force, while at the same time also...
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
There was a schema in the Zug and it has a name. It is NGO. It is NGO. It is NGO and Zogo was its name. Combat the anti-Semitism of the Zug apparatus. Remove the NGOs. I don't care about Israel or Palestine. I just hate the global south.
There was a schemer in the Zog, and it has a name-o. It is NGO, it is NGO, it is NGO, and Zago was its name-o. And he said, I just hate the global south. Thank you, C. Kyle, higher hitter. So yeah, so you take away, on one hand, you kind of disempower Xi, but on the other hand, you also empower him against the more radical factions. You kind of drive a wedge between him and the more radical factions that he may either be held hostage by or be willing to play the role of, oh no, I'm held hostage by my radicals. I guess I'll just have to pander to them. Similar dynamic with Putin in Russia. So it's just a clever rhetorical device here where they're giving the Chinese an off-ramp here. So there you can see the layers of diplomacy that are happening where it's not just outright open hostility. They're sort of alternating between open hostility and here, let's offer you an off-ramp where you can say, hey, sorry about that, false alarm. This was some of our radicals got a little out ahead of themselves. There was some bureaucrat here who hit send on some sort of notification. That guy has lost his head, and we're willing to move forward and continue the negotiation. So I think this sort of thing lends credence to the idea that the administration sees China as not you could characterize them as China hawks, but they don't see China as necessarily all bad. And to a certain extent, there's actually, there's the theories that Putin, Trump, and Xi are kind of all coordinating versus Europe. And you can see there's China as a geopolitical force, and then there's the individual political elements within China. And the administration recognizes that it actually would be really good if them and China were in cooperation with each other, but there's also utility in them being hostile to one another. And then there are legitimate reasons for them to be hostile to one another. But neither side clearly wants to escalate this to the point of actual all-out war. So they're engaging in a lot of rhetorical brinksmanship. But above all, it does seem as if they all, to some degree, recognize that, yes, the EU is an enemy of them all. And there is sort of an enemy of my enemy is my friend dynamic there. This was, meanwhile, let me see the next couple of clips that I've got here. Yeah, so here's what's going on elsewhere. You've got Nancy Pelosi, who seems to be under some pressure. And look at the thing that really makes her snap on this reporter here in this video.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day? Why did you refuse the National Guard?
I mean, look at her, she can barely walk wearing this, velvet suit or something like that. She's got guys on all sides of her, barely keeping her upright. But note the thing that makes her snap and whip around.
New January 6th committee finding you liable for that day. Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know. We still have questions. Thank you.
How's that? Shut up! Shut up! But that seemed to be something that really hit a nerve for her. She's like, what was she asking her to begin with?
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day?
So that didn't really hit for her. She's like, whatever. She's just ignoring her.
Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
That's what got her. Why did you refuse the Guard? Refuse to send the National Guard on January 6th, and then she admits it.
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American.
And why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist? Like, maybe she's a Republican reporter. You know, the woman is senile. The woman is barely hanging on to reality, but whipping around. And this is not a woman who feels politically comfortable. And then watch the chick here. She knows she just got right there. I guess I shouldn't say she just got the money shot, but she knows that she just got the money shot. And then look at this. So the Letitia James story gets even better. Come on, zoom in here. So she has this home that she has committed mortgage fraud, insurance fraud, tax fraud on, and she has these tenants who are living in this home that she certified under penalty of perjury was a second home for her that was not going to be rented out. She claimed rental income on it, despite not charging rental income on it. And look who was living in it. Her nieces. Nakia Thompson. This is the woman who was subpoenaed by the grand jury. This is the woman who gave the grand jury testimony. Nakia Thompson. She is a fugitive. She hightailed out of North Carolina, evading arrest warrants, and moved into Aunt Letitia's bank fraud home. Incredible. So she fraudulently gets this home and then uses it to house her niece, who is a fugitive, while she's the Attorney General of New York State. Isn't this remarkable? She is a fugitive for burglary or possession of burglary tools, larceny, grand larceny, contributing to delinquency and abuse of a child, 3 counts of that, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit larceny greater than $200. Mike Ben says Letitia James' felon fugitive nieces living in her mortgage fraud home, wanted for grand larceny, burglary, and abuse of child, while Letitia is a prosecutor who should have been prosecuting herself and evidently her whole family. This whole shit is going to rain down on their head so hard. Just incredible. These are their great representatives of the Democrat Party. Just a reminder that the Democrat Party exists to commit violence, terrorism, kill people, steal from you, defraud you, lie, burn down cities. This is the only purpose for the existence of the Democrat Party. A couple quick hitters here. NBC News fired nearly 150 staff who were responsible for Black, Latino, Asian, and LGBTQ plus coverage, which is kind of interesting timing coming along with the Pentagon blocking off a bunch of these agencies from being able to report from in there. And then here's a big one. Trans identification is in free fall among the young. This is the share of students not identifying as male or female, 2016 to 2025. From these 3 different sources here, they all say that it peaked in 2022 to 2023, and now it's all in free fall. Non-conforming sexual identity, queer, questioning, etc., is also in sharp decline. Gay and lesbian are stable, while heterosexuality has rebounded by around 10 points since 2023. Not only this, but freshmen in 2024 and 2025 were less trans and queer than seniors, whereas it was the reverse when BTQ plus identity was surging in 2022 and 2023. This suggests that gender and sexual nonconformity will continue to fall. What explains the sudden reversal of trans and queer? It's not because the kids became less woke, more religious, or more conservative. Those beliefs remained stable throughout the 2020s. Isn't that interesting? So you see all these this is disallow an anti-trans speaker, very liberal, identifying as very liberal, identifying as having no religion, claiming that shouting down people is acceptable. Those things have stayed totally stable throughout this period of time. And yet, all of the non-binary and BTQ, all of those things have started a sharp decline. But gay and lesbian have also stayed. We're basically just like reverting back 10 years. Is it improved mental health? Yes, in part. Less anxious and especially depressed students is linked with a smaller share identifying as trans, queer, or bisexual. So you can see the numbers are coming down 2023, 2024, and 2025. The blue bars here are share of students reporting being always or mostly depressed. And then the orange one is always or mostly anxious. So there's a decline year over year, all 3 years. It looks like it's proportionally about the same, I think, for all of them. It's interesting that, I had it backwards. Anxious is the blue one and depressed is the orange one. I was going to say, that seems more, it seems like anxiety would be more pronounced than depression in self-reports. But so they're reporting becoming less depressed and anxious, even though these are still pretty high numbers. This is still like 27% of students report being always anxious and 10% of students report being always depressed. But it's not entirely. Mental illness fell after the pandemic, but the sexuality and gender shifts happened at least a year later. All groups, including LGBT, got less mentally ill after the pandemic. Who'da thunk? So you've got pink at the top here is LGBT, red is female, light blue is white, black is black, dark blue is male. So this goes all the way back to 2020 or 2004, and you can see it was starting to rise more sharply in 2017. And particularly, you can see here the male contingent started to rise. But then everything peaked in 2021. And this is a percent of U.S. high school students feeling persistently sad or hopeless. So it started to tail off. It's still above, let's see, where are these numbers? They're still approximately at 2017 to 2019 ranges, but it is starting to tail off. And then the decline in anxiety and depression occurred within trans, bisexual, and queer groups as much as among others. So it wasn't the case that most of those who solved their emotional problems became heterosexual. This is anxious or depressed most of the time by sexuality, gender, and ideology. This is from 2023 to 2025. So it'd be interesting to see these bars extended out further in the past to kind of get some context for this. But what are some of the other ones here? So non-binary is the most anxious or depressed. The next one here would be bisexual or queer is next most. Very liberal is next most. No religion is next most. And then down here at the bottom, you have religious, people who claim to be religious, upper class, heterosexual, and at the very bottom is conservative. So if you're a conservative, heterosexual, religious person, what was the other one? Upper class. Conservative, heterosexual, upper class, and religious, you are the least likely to be anxious or depressed. Shocker! You're also kind of getting a picture here of what, I suspect it's going to be increasingly become more and more cool to be these things. It's more desirable to be these things. The thread continues here. The fall of trans and queer seems most similar to the fading of a fashion or trend. It happened largely independently of shifts in political beliefs and social media use, though improved mental health played a role. Big shocker here. Everyone's been saying from the very beginning that this is just a fashion, this is just a trend. It's just fashionable. But here's the thing. So, as this becomes less and less fashionable, there's a lot of people who are able to just kind of pick it up as a fashion trend and then just drop it and move on from it. There were many people who picked this up as a fashion trend and then permanently harmed their own bodies, permanently sterilized themselves, permanently disfigured themselves. And they're not going to be able to go back. It wasn't just a fashion trend for them. It permanently altered them. And it's going to be extraordinarily radicalizing. It's going to be really, really ugly for a lot of people. As being trans increasingly becomes more and more low status, you're going to get a lot of detransitioners, and God be with them. You're also going to get a lot of people who descend into complete and utter nihilism. Total, destructive, like, for some people, the best case scenario for this is going to sound really harsh, but for some people, the best case scenario will be that they only wind up killing one person. Themselves. And that is dark as hell. This does not bring me any pleasure to report this. And I think it's important that for all of us to resist the urge to pile on, because there is going to be more than enough of that. I'll just say that I think that it's again not taking pleasure in reporting this, but I think that it is orders of magnitude more likely that trans people get hung from light posts than it is that religious conservatives do. I'm not saying either one is for sure going to happen, but I think that the former is more likely than the latter. And I'm not talking about them hanging themselves. That's going to be an incredibly powerful spirit that is going to roam the land. And it's going to be very difficult to resist that urge for a lot of people, given the sheer amount of destruction that has been wrought by this entire virus. Yeah, Cheeky, we can make nice new asylum resorts where they have a comfortable life. You want to know what a really good name is for a nice new asylum resort? A monastery. That's where many of them belong. Yes, that's a really interesting thought, Melon. Many of these people have student debt their parents co-signed, so when they off themselves, it will financially affect their entire families. That's a really, really good point. I hadn't even considered that. I would if you're thinking of like demographics that are most represented in student debt holders, the trans demographic has to be one of the highest. Oh. Interesting. Spud Ruckus says, I just asked my daughter about this. She said if you're identifying as trans or non-binary at school, you're getting shamed. She's 13. Oh, and that's just beginning, man. It's going to get a lot worse. This reminds me that I need to get on this Girardian study series that I'm going to be doing with Philos Miscellany. We need to talk about scapegoating. Yeah, Spud Ruckus, the student loan debt needs to be resolved. It's an anchor around our young people. Yeah. And I have a feeling that Scott Bessent is very well aware of that. Okay, now here in still a sad story, but very positive development to the extent that there can be one with a sad story like this. Share screen.
I don't think I've ever come before and did a press conference and said this, but we will acknowledge that we do believe that this officer-involved shooting was justified.
We will acknowledge that we do believe this officer-involved shooting was justified. This here is B'ivory Lamar. Yes, that is his name. This lawyer's name is B'ivory Lamar. He is the representative of the family of Elijah Wilkes, who was involved in an officer-involved shooting on October 9th. And here is the clip of it right here.
I don't think I've ever...
So, here's the background. Last month, the Trump admin shut down the DOJ's Community Relations Service, the non-FOIA-able agency created by the Civil Rights Act in order to foment a race war, despite ostensibly existing for the opposite reason. You know, all those times where a family would their loved one would be killed by the usual suspects, and the family would proceed to come out and immediately release a prepared statement talking about how it's disrespectful to them to talk about any of the things that could have played a role in this, apart from just mourning their loved one. We shouldn't make this a race thing. Yes, that's the Community Relations Service. This agency that was created by the Civil Rights Act, that is, could not be FOIA'd. They worked in the dark, going around crafting these narratives. Well, today, we have a black family in Milwaukee whose son was shot on October 9th by a white off-duty police officer, sending out their black lawyer named B'ivory Lamar to declare that they believe the shooting was justified, while asking the police department to release the footage early, ahead of the standard 15-day waiting period, in the interests of transparency. So normally the police department would wait 15 days before releasing the video. This family came out and said, no, please release it early. It was October 9th it was released, I believe, on either the 13th or the 14th. They said, please release it early in the interest of transparency and to avoid division. Elijah Wilkes, the kid who caused the minor traffic accident, then pistol-whipped the cop and pointed his gun at him before getting air-raided, was on his way to his uncle's funeral at the time of the incident. The family said that probably played into his state of mind. The narrative would have been so easy. Traumatized, grieving kid, makes a small mistake, doesn't deserve to die, killed because trigger-happy racist cop. We've seen this so many times. Like you could look at this and say, oh, well, the video's really obvious. The video's been really obvious many times, and it hasn't mattered. There's still people who say that Kyle Rittenhouse went out and killed black people for the fun of it. Full video of everything, and people still believe that. This narrative this would have been a softball. And yet, his family said explicitly, this is a quote, he made a bad decision, and that's something we'll just have to live with. Every prominent race-baiting hoax of recent years was orchestrated intentionally by agents of the federal government as a matter of formal policy. And this Trump admin, notorious for never getting anything done for the American people, has ended that. Shout out to this family. Big ups to them for making that move. Some people said that the dude, the kid was probably like a violent threat to the family, and they were glad that he's gone. I'm not going to go that far, but I think it's a very honorable thing that they did.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
What timing?
I'm just glad to catch a stream live.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the $20 tip. It's good to have you here. Oh, let's see, where are we at? I'm almost halfway through the tabs here, and we're pushing 1 a.m. Let's keep on plugging forward. Big news here on the election front. According to Polymarket, the 2025 Virginia Attorney General chance of winning. Jason Miyares at 63%, which is a new high. Jay Jones, the sender of the notorious text messages, is down to 36%. This was at Jones 6040 on October 6th. You can see the move right down here. Now, all of a sudden, Polymarket is moving more and more away from the idea that Jay Jones is actually going to pull this one out. So hopefully that's true. I showed you guys the polling that was done before where they said that it was like 7% of Democrats said that his texts were disqualifying. But Polymarket, I do think, is probably going to increasingly get more and more accurate. If for no other reason than because Polymarket says these things, and the more people see that Polymarket is saying these things, the more they're going to be influenced. So there's kind of a chicken and an egg thing here. But I don't really know anything about this Jason Miyares guy, but I do know that he has not sent text messages advocating that the children of his political opponents be violently murdered as a way of moving policy. So he kind of, I'm not totally sure what to think of his physiognomy here, but frankly, I don't know. He kind of looks like he could be a heavy hitter. I don't know. What do you guys think? Obviously, Jay Jones looks exactly like you would expect him to. Couldn't trust this guy further than you could throw him. He looks like he's into all sorts of nasty shit. Even if I hadn't known that he sent those texts, I would not trust this guy. But this guy here, I could see it going either way. But at this point, I think having Down syndrome Tiger Woods, yeah. But at this point, I think, particularly for governor's races, but even for things like attorney general, I think party loyalty is going to become a big deal. Okay, what do I got next here? Refresh. Oh, yes. Okay, so more electoral news here. From Eric Doherty says, we've just gotten word that Republicans are barreling towards flipping a Democrat-held congressional seat in Florida. Debbie Wasserman Schultz's Florida 25, and the newcomer has raised approximately $1 million already. Money raised for midterms is a really big deal. It's often the determining factor because it comes down to advertisements. People aren't typically super plugged in to the midterms. So often the money raised can be the biggest difference. And right now, the RNC and Trump together absolutely dwarf. The funds they have on hand absolutely dwarf anything available to Democrats. So if this newcomer has raised $1 million already, that could be enough to make it happen alone. Republican Michael Carbonara, another spaghetti American. Michael Carbonara could defeat Schultz next year and help President Trump keep the trifecta. His campaign, as he says, when the government should be working to make life better, Debbie Wasserman Schultz is keeping the government shut down. His campaign was only launched a month ago. This is an opportunity and can make a difference to the GOP keeping the House next year. Every seat counts. Here's I haven't actually watched this yet. I just bookmarked it. So let's evaluate this in real time.
I didn't inherit a fortune. I didn't climb a political ladder. I built companies from the ground up. I'm Michael Carbonara. In 2011, I launched my first tech company. No roadmap, just grit, vision, and a belief that real problems deserve real solutions. I built businesses in banking, crypto, and fertility care, industries where innovation can literally change lives. And I did it by taking it back to the basics, learning every system, managing every team, hands-on approach the whole way. Now, I'm running for Congress because Washington doesn't need more career politicians. It needs people who know how to fix things. I've seen innovation, hard work, and personal freedom lead to success. But that's exactly what's under threat. Our economy, our families, our liberties, crushed by bloated bureaucracy and out-of-touch elites like Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. My wife's family fled communist Cuba, so we know what happens when freedom is taken away. Democrats like Debbie want to take us down that same path: higher taxes, less opportunity, less liberty. It wasn't long ago that Florida was a disaster under Democrat leadership, but we turned the tide. Now I'm stepping up to finish a job and retire Debbie Wasserman Schultz for good. I'm not here to manage decline. I'm here to rebuild, to protect the freedoms that help myself and the people around me succeed. I'm Michael Carbonaro, an entrepreneur, husband, father, and now candidate for Congress in Florida's 25th district. Join me, and together we will build a future worth fighting for.
He's fine. Apparently a Cubano. One thing, if I was critiquing this, one thing I would say is, where was it here? This.
I'm Michael Carbonaro, an entrepreneur, husband, father.
Entrepreneur, husband, father. That is the wrong order to put this in. This should be husband, father, and entrepreneur. It's a subliminal thing, but this subliminally says that he's an entrepreneur first and foremost, and then he's a husband and a father. This should be husband, father, and then entrepreneur. But yeah. So seems fine. Doesn't seem like anybody who's going to really have a massive national appeal. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so here's before we talk about the Supreme Court and the Voting Rights Act, let's talk a little bit about redistricting. Very grateful to one of the Labian Patriots who sent this to me after it was mentioned the other day on the show. This is from Mark Muser. He says, I'm tired of hearing that California is redistricting to combat President Trump and Texas redistricting efforts. Texas was forced to redistrict because the Biden DOJ sued Galveston County and lost, which changed the law, thus making 4 Texas congressional districts unconstitutional. When Texas drew its congressional districts in 2021, they created 4 congressional districts where they combined 2 minority communities to create a minority-majority district. This is coalition minority districts. So it's probably like a Hispanic district and a black district or something like that. On March 24, 2022, the Biden DOJ sued Galveston County commissioners because Galveston did not draw a coalition minority district for the black and Latino population. On October 13, 2023, a federal judge agreed with Biden's DOJ and found that Galveston County was required to draw a commissioner seat by combining 2 minority communities. Then on October 10, 2023, a 3-judge panel of the Fifth Circuit found that combining 2 minority groups to create a minority-majority district was unconstitutional, and thus asked for an en banc panel to review the issue to overturn prior precedents. On October 1, 2024, the en banc panel of the Fifth Circuit concluded, quote, that coalition claims do not comport with Section 2 statutory language or with Supreme Court cases interpreting Section 2, end quote. The Fifth Circuit ruled coalition minority districts are unconstitutional. On July 7, 2025, President Trump's DOJ sent a letter to Texas highlighting the Fifth Circuit order, pointing out that there are 4 coalition minority congressional districts that are now unconstitutional and that Texas needed to fix the problem. Yes, E.R. Hank, this is the finest in shitlib self-petard hosting. They literally did this to themselves. The Trump administration, the Trump DOJ sent a letter to Texas and said, hey, the Fifth Circuit ruled that these districts are unconstitutional. You need to redistrict to remain in compliance with the law per the Fifth Circuit. Texas made a prudent choice to redraw the congressional districts so as to save their taxpayers the expense of litigating the losing case of defending minority coalition districts. Texas did not have to redraw 4 minority coalitions districts because of President Trump. Texas had to redraw the lines because Biden sued Galveston County, and the law was clarified that coalition minority districts were unconstitutional. They literally did this to themselves. It's important to understand that the 2021 lines drawn by the California Independent Redistricting Commission have never been challenged in court as unconstitutional because districts were drawn to create coalition minority districts. So this particular case has never actually been brought through California. Since Texas law requires that the Texas legislature draw the congressional districts, the Texas legislature followed the law. However, the California Constitution prohibits the California legislature from drawing congressional districts, and instead places that responsibility on the Independent Redistricting Commission. How convenient. To put Prop 50 on the ballot for the voters of California to decide, the California legislature had to violate the California Constitution multiple times. The California legislature is asking the voters of California to forgive them for violating the California Constitution when they should have asked the voters for permission to draw the maps. I was part of 2 lawsuits filed before the California Supreme Court asking the court to stop Prop 50 before it went to the voters because the California legislature violated the California Constitution. Unfortunately, the California Supreme Court, shockingly, refused to require the California legislature to defend their unconstitutional acts and simply dismissed the writ without even deciding the merits of the matter. Apparently, the California Supreme Court also believes that you can just do things. While I'm preparing the next lawsuit that will be filed, it's important that the voters of California stand up against the unconstitutional actions of Gavin Newsom and the California legislature by voting no on November 4th to Prop 50. The next time someone tells you that Newsom had to Gavin Mander the state of California, Gavin Mander is very good. That's well played. Gavin Mander. Remind them that the reason Texas had to redraw congressional districts is because Biden sued and lost, which resulted in Texas having to redraw its lines. Now here we have panic is worsening among Democrats after it sinks in just how many Republican House seats will be picked up through redistricting in 2026. This from CNN.
Actually represents pretty accurately, mathematically, how the country is divided over the question of the presidency. But if you look at this is what the party pickups would be for congressional districts. Republicans, 5. Missouri, 1. North Carolina, 1. Ohio, 2 or 3. Indiana, 1 or 2. Florida, still discussion down there, but that could be another gold mine for them if they tipped it even further their way. Kansas, 1. New Hampshire, 1. And Nebraska. Democrats, Utah, California, Maryland. Look at this. If you offset California and Texas, Missouri and Utah, North Carolina and Maryland, everything left over is an advantage to the Republicans.
Uh-oh. Am I still here? Everything just froze up on multiple screens. I still got internet connection. I am still here. Okay. All right, well, the video froze. Let's see if it'll play now.
Everything left over is an advantage to the Republicans. And don't forget, the Supreme Court is considering what could really be the end of the Voting Rights Act, which would protect minority groups. So you don't have a state that's half black, for example, that elects only 1 congressional member and everybody else goes to the Republicans that would represent that population in some ways. So if that is gutted, Democrats could lose 19 seats. This would be a huge amount. But this is also a measure of how much the White House is concerned about this, because Donald Trump knows if the Democrats get the House again, there could be new investigations just like last time. There could be a new impeachment. There could be a lot of impediment to these plans that right now the Republicans in the House and Senate are letting run like a freight train.
Yeah.
19 seats. Okay, so from Blake Neff. Emergency Giga clearance image. Okay, hold on. I can make this happen. I wasn't prepared for this, but I can make it happen very shortly here. Give me 1 second. Actually reminds me I need to... There's another tweet that I just realized I was going to include, and I think I forgot. Where was it? Yeah, here we go. Oh, I love this man. We are going to fucking kill you. Hose mad. This is Interstate Juche, one of our greatest posters. He said, I have a lot of Clarence Thomas edits from 2020 I'm willing to recycle for this. This is Democrats in the South face wipeout of Supreme Court guts Voting Rights Act. I said, sir, please drop Clarence Thomas edits. The people thirst. Here you go. Here he is. Oh, Lord, he coming. You get this full one on the screen. No, it's ooh, you almost had it. And then, yeah.
African American over here. Look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? Look at.
Okay. So Blake Neff. Remember, this is the guy who is with Turning Point now, but he was formerly the producer for Tucker. With the Voting Rights Act in front of SCOTUS today, it's worth remembering Nix v. Holder, an obscure legal case from President Obama's first term. Many have argued that the Voting Rights Act primarily exists today to elect Democrats. It's no theory. Democrats admitted it. A town in North Carolina changed its elections via referendum to be nonpartisan. The referendum passed easily, including in the town's black majority neighborhoods. Nevertheless, Eric Holder blocked the law. Why? Because nonpartisan elections would specifically deny black voters their right to elect Democrats. This from Holder's DOJ. Quote, the success black voters have achieved has resulted from cohesive support for candidates during the Democratic primary, where black voters represent a larger percentage of the electorate, combined with crossover votes by whites in the general election. It is the partisan makeup of the general electorate that results in enough white crossover to allow the black community to elect a candidate of choice. The DOJ argued quite literally that it was illegal and racist for voters to not have a Democrat to vote for on the ballot. Quoting again, this small but critical amount of white crossover votes results from the party affiliation of black preferred candidates, most if not all of whom have been black. Numerous elected municipal and county officials confirmed the results of our statistical analyses that a majority of white Democrats support white Republicans over black Democrats in Kinston city elections. At the same time, they also acknowledged that a small group of white Democrats maintain strong party allegiance and will continue to vote along party lines regardless of the race of the candidate. Many of these white crossover voters are simply using straight ticket voting. As a result, while the racial identity of the candidate greatly diminishes the supportive effect of the partisan queue, it does not totally eliminate it. It follows, therefore, that the elimination of party affiliation on the ballot will likely reduce the ability of blacks to elect candidates of choice. Black candidates will likely lose a significant amount of crossover votes due to the high degree of racial polarization present in city elections. Without party loyalty available to counterbalance the consistent trend of racial bloc voting, blacks will face greater difficulty winning general elections. Our analysis of election returns indicates that crossover voting is greater in partisan general elections than in the closed primaries. Thus, statistical analysis supports the conclusion that given a change to nonpartisan elections, black preferred candidates will receive fewer white crossover votes. A change to nonpartisan elections will result in black preferred candidates receiving fewer white crossover votes. Nowhere in America actually denies blacks the right to vote, and this town certainly wasn't. But Holder knew the point wasn't the right to vote, it was the right to elect Democrats. Precisely. And here's read more about the case in the DOJ's letter here. So, the Supreme Court today heard oral arguments on abolishing the Voting Rights Act. I got a few clips of those here for you in just a sec. But Clarence Thomas is about to take a blowtorch to the Voting Rights Act. And this woman here says, I'll post this again for reference. The potentially affected race-based majority-minority districts are mostly black majority, all held by Democrats. Key examples from litigation-heavy states, and there's a whole list of them here. Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Georgia, Louisiana, others in Florida, Illinois, New York, etc. SCOTUS ruling could redraw approximately 20 to 25. And here's a list of additional representatives in majority black U.S. House districts potentially affected by SCOTUS rulings on race-based gerrymandering. Again, all Democrats. Georgia, Illinois, Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Florida, Maryland, Ohio, Illinois, New Jersey, Florida, New York, Tennessee. Total such districts, approximately 21. All of these racially segregated districts are run by Democrats. None of these districts require proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections. All states allow self-attestation per federal law. Voter ID is required in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Ohio, South Carolina, Tennessee, strict photo, Michigan, non-strict, but not in Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. So, here are a few audio clips from this. So this first one here is Clarence Thomas talking to Louisiana's Solicitor General. Aguinaldo is the guy's name. So here's our guy here.
What role did Robinson play in the development of SB 8?
Justice Thomas, Robinson is the only reason SB 8 exists. We fought tooth and nail in the Robinson litigation itself in telling the courts that we did not think the Constitution permitted us to draw a second majority black district. As you know, under protest, we drew SB 8 because the threat was that the federal courts were going to do it if we didn't. And that's, I think that's the best way to conceive of why SB 8 exists. We would never pass SB 8 in the first instance without Robinson, Justice Thomas.
What were the findings in Robinson?
The finding by the Middle District in Robinson was that the plaintiffs in this case were likely to show a violation of Section 2, and the likely violation, and I'm using very broad terminology because I do not know what the underlying violation is. I can't articulate that for you, Justice Thomas, because I don't think anybody can. But I think the finding in the district court's mind in that case was that the likelihood of a Section 2 violation meant that a majority black district was required, a second one. And I think that was the bottom line, and when our legislature saw that, we understood the marching order, and that's why you see SB 8 as it exists today.
Just briefly, what were the findings that led to that conclusion?
Well, Your Honor, running through the preconditions and
I need some Clarence Thomas ASMR. Clarence Thomas gutting the Voting Rights Act ASMR for patriots.
The totality of the circumstances. I think the totality of the circumstances did most of the work for the Middle District in Robinson. Senate Factor 1, the official history of past discrimination. Justice Thomas, we can never outrun the bad era of poll taxes, of grandfather clauses, of literacy tests. I think we're always going to lose across the board on that kind of analysis, and that's what the Middle District in Robinson focused on, is how bad was Louisiana in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and, add all that together, and at the end you have a vote dilution finding that I don't think is clearly articulable in the way that SFFA requires a finding of discrimination to be specified.
10-hour Clarence Thomas ASMR to reestablish slavery, too. Mr. Butt Poop, good to see you, man. E.R. Hank says, Clarence singing Eminem 50s soul-style ASMR. If you missed the first hour or so of the show, you may have no idea what he's talking about. Now, here's where it gets really fun. So, first of all, we've got a NAACP lawyer here, obligatory
The N-word.
That's right. And in the state of Louisiana, that analysis was conducted in the Nairn case. And it was clear that regardless of party, white Democrats were not voting for black candidates, whether they were Democrats or not. And we know that there is such a significant chasm between how black and white voters vote in Louisiana that there's no question that even if there is some correlation between race and party, that race is the driving factor.
Can you comment on the Solicitor General's?
So, their argument, in summary, this is literally their argument. Black people need race-based districts because otherwise people won't vote for black candidates. White people won't vote for black candidates. They have this history of not voting for black candidates. Therefore, we need to carve out specific congressional districts that will force black candidates to be elected. This is quite literally the case they're trying to make. Now, a little bit of a kind of a confusing experience here. We've got Principal Deputy Solicitor General Hashim Mupan.
Indians. Good morning, bastards.
Here is the Hashim Mupan talking to Sonia Sotomayor.
You could control for partisan effect. There was racially polarized voting even within the Democratic Party. That's where Section 2 matters, where you have a reason to think that a racial group is being treated.
Here too. You have proof of that here.
No, you don't. What you have here is that Republicans and Democrats are different. There's no.
You have some that even white Republicans or white Democrats won't vote for black candidates.
Right, but if these were white Democrats, there's no reason to think they would have a second district. None. And so what is happening here is their argument is because these Democrats happen to be black, they get a second district. If they were all white, we all agree they wouldn't get a second district. That is literally the definition of race subordinating traditional principles.
That's quite legally airtight here, frankly. They're literally, these Democrats happen to be black, therefore they get a second district. Like, they get a district just because they're black. That's it is the very definition of districting explicitly around race. Not districting to take race into consideration, but explicitly creating districts because of race, around race. And this was the absolute whopper of the day. Frankly, this may be the thing that thoroughly discredits Jumanji. This was I don't know if she's actually going to be able to get away from this one professionally. I highly doubt it's going to change anything with the way she acts. I don't think she's going to try to correct the record or anything, but it's genuinely surreal listening to this clip and listening to her try to make this case. The fucking audacity of this woman.
A kind of paradigmatic example of this is something like the
paradigmatic example. The woman's a freaking Supreme Court justice. Imagine being a Supreme Court justice. You have worked an entire career. You're in your 70s. Sitting at the highest court of the land. And you have to share a bench with this subliterate moron. I can't even imagine how much, there's even been stuff from Kagan, who, when she writes, you can see, if you interpret it through the SCOTUS speak lens, she's essentially saying, please forgive the misspeaking of my retarded colleague over here. I don't see how this woman can remain on the bench for much longer.
A kind of paradigmatic example of this is something like the ADA. Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act against the backdrop of a world that was generally not accessible to people with disabilities. And so it was discriminatory in effect because these folks were not able to access these buildings. And it didn't matter whether the person who built the building or the person who owned the building intended for them to be exclusionary.
Do you notice how she sounds like AOC talking? She's got like the same speech pattern, and her voice even sounds similar.
It's irrelevant. Congress said the facilities have to be made equally open to people with disabilities if readily possible. I guess I don't understand why that's not what's happening here. The idea in Section 2 is that we are responding to current day manifestations of past and present decisions that disadvantage minorities and make it so that they don't have equal access to the voting system, right? They're disabled. In fact,
they're disabled. The argument she decided to go with is black people can't get elected because they're retarded. So they need to have their own special districts. The sitting Supreme Court justice, herself a black woman, decided this is the argument she wants to go with. Hey, black people are retarded. I mean, all right. You said it. And the memes, of course, we have to stop and appreciate the memes. Black people are retarded. Ketanji Brown Jackson and young Republican group chats. Shout out to McGill's, not to be confused with Magoo, one of our great commenters. But the only thing that would have made this meme better, this is an all-timer right here. The only thing that would have made this one better is if young Republican group chats and Ketanji Brown Jackson were switched, so that Ketanji Brown Jackson is the white arm and young Republican group chats is the black arm. And then this one, this tweet, it's funny. When I saw it first here, I saw Isaiah L. Carter, and I thought that this was Isaiah Taylor, the guy from Valor Atomics, who's like a 25-year-old white guy. And I was like, holy shit, we just advanced a decade in the last few minutes. But no, this is Isaiah L. Carter, who is follows me apparently, host of Apostate Radio, and black guy. He says, niggers are remedial level retards who need the state to provide them the ability to elect other niggers. Is an inner monologue I would expect from Bull Connor or Kathy Hochul, not a black Supreme Court justice.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Oh, man, give him the internet crown for the day.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Thank you, Donkey Bite, for the $10 tip. Didn't say anything, but I appreciate you contributing to the streamer salary. Thank you, my friend. Okay, we'll talk about the Young Republicans group chat thing here in just a minute, but first of all, we got to do a little bit of Schmidt posting. We haven't Schmidt posted in a while. Not since the last episode. So let's go. We've got a sitting senator, Days of Rage, posting. He says the radicals of the 1960s failed to overthrow America by force, so they set out to capture it from within. The left's long march through the institutions was the defining political project of the last 50 years. Now, the right must take those institutions back for America. I gotta say, just seeing a sitting senator whose power levels are rising, remarkably, using the phrase long march through the institutions would have been inconceivable to me 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. This was like niche, arcane, like political conversation in small little corners of the internet where everyone spoke under pseudonyms. And now it's like just passé for a sitting senator to use that phrase. He says, in one 18-month period between 1971 and 72, there were 2,500 domestic bombings on U.S. soil, a stunning rate of nearly 5 per day. Think about that. 5 bombings a day. And I didn't hear about this. I didn't learn about any of this until within the last decade. There were 2,500 domestic bombings in an 18-month period between 1971 and 72. For many Americans, that fact is shocking. It sure was shocking to me. In today's popular imagination, the politics of the 60s and 70s were Woodstock, peace signs, and hippies. But that wasn't the feeling among most Americans who were actually alive during that era. In 1968, amid urban riots and increasingly violent campus unrest, a Gallup poll found that a whopping 4 out of 5 Americans, 80% of Americans, believed that law and order had broken down in the U.S. This is the year my dad was born. 80% of Americans believed that law and order had broken down in the U.S. They had no idea what was to come. Holy crap. Literally posting Days of Rage. The truth is, the left-wing radicalism of the 60s and 70s was far more violent and deadlier than the modern narrative suggests. It's been whitewashed today, in large part because the radicals themselves conquered the mainstream liberal institutions that shape our popular memory. Again, sitting U.S. Senator. My current prediction for JD's vice president as things stand at the moment. I quote from Days of Rage. They smuggle bombs into skyscrapers and federal buildings and detonate them from coast to coast. They strike inside the Pentagon, inside the U.S. Capitol, at a courthouse in Boston, at dozens of multinational corporations, at a Wall Street restaurant packed with lunchtime diners. People die. They rob banks, dozens of them, launch raids on National Guard arsenals, and assassinate policemen in New York, in San Francisco, and Atlanta. There are deadly shootouts and daring jailbreaks, illegal government break-ins, and a scandal in Washington. This was a slice of America during the tumultuous 1970s. Back to Senator Schmidt. As I detail in my Fox News op-ed today, the ringleaders of violent left-wing terrorist groups like the Weather Underground went on to work at white shoe law firms, major nonprofits, and Ivy League universities. They even launched the political career of a future U.S. president. Which president was that? Senator Eric Schmidt is posting about how the Weather Underground launched the career of Barack Obama. Very interesting timing. This is a good time to get this narrative seated. The left-wing radicals lost the street war, but their worldview won the far bigger war for America's elite institutions. The new left of the 1960s didn't disappear into obscurity. Instead, it took over the nation's systems of education, law, philanthropy, media, and mass culture. Today, the progeny of groups like the Weather Underground can be seen on the streets of cities like Portland and Chicago, throwing Molotov cocktails at cops and federal agents, often with the backing of the very institutions their predecessors conquered. For decades, left-wing extremism has been normalized and celebrated across our elite institutions. Now, America is at a tipping point. We've endured years of left-wing riots, attacks, bombings, and a series of assassination attempts that culminated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. But it's not 1970 anymore. In fact, it's not even 2020. It's time for the right to undo the revolutions of the 1960s. It's time to take back our streets, take back our culture, and take back our country. You guys, we have a U.S. Senator calling for the right to undo the revolutions of the 1960s. I mean, this is basically like a thinly reworded Moldbug article, effectively. Oh, man. Yes, we do have the best Schmitz. I love our Schmitz. All right, you guys ready to talk about some racist group chats? I mean, if you guys haven't heard this story already, I'm probably not breaking much news to you. I mean, I can't believe if you haven't. If you have to have me break this for you, I'm sure you've already heard about it. But let's start this off in the right way. Good morning. Generation Zyklon is going to be okay.
You're getting a window into how a new generation of Republican activists talk when they think no one's listening.
The title of this article is I Love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat.
They include comments supposedly from young Republican leaders saying things like, quote, I love Hitler.
Thousands of messages shared in a group chat of young Republicans is revealing some racist thoughts that they even worried about being leaked.
You people owe me an apology.
What a banger! Shout out to HB the meme for that heater. Now I just remembered before I forgot to read this. I'd pulled it up while we were talking about the Supreme Court stuff, and just read this real quick. Gavin Newsom said Trump is about to steal nearly 20 more seats in Congress. The Supreme Court is poised to wipe away the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and eliminate representation for black and brown communities across our country. The GOP knows they cannot win. They're threatening governors, rigging maps across the country, and have now recruited SCOTUS to do their dirty work too. And Seth Levy said, steal? It's so funny how the Supreme Court is cast as a key cog in the democratic process, or a fascist MAGA enabler, depending on how the left wants them to rule. And I said, it's this like Mott and Bailey game that they play is a thinly veiled disguise for their latent desire to kill SCOTUS justices. That's what it is. They love the court as an institution they can bend toward their ends. They hate that it's occupied by traitorous sociopathic tyrants with life appointments, so they want them dead, and a contingent is willing to settle for their dilution. This is the normal mainstream perspective among Democrats. Literally every single person who is registered as a Democrat would be happy if they learned that particular members of the Supreme Court died. They would be happy if they were assassinated. It would save them the trouble of having to pack the court. But they'll settle for packing it if they need to. This is the completely ordinary, middle-of-the-road perspective among the Democrat Party, which is why the Democrat Party must be made illegal. We're going to hammer this drumbeat for the next decade. The Democrat Party must be outlawed. It must bring great shame and opprobrium upon you if your family members are registered Democrats.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
The people calling everyone on the right Nazi and punch a Nazi want you to know that joking about Hitler is going too far.
Thank you, Slosher. Good to see you, man. Yeah, isn't it rich? So here is the here's this Politico article. There's so many levels to this story. Okay. Oh man, my formatting is all wonky now. Whatever. So I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. Thousands of private messages reveal young GOP leaders joking about gas chambers, slavery, and rape. Can you imagine? Can you imagine they're joking? Leaders of young Republican groups throughout the country worried what would happen if their Telegram chat ever got leaked, but they kept typing anyway. Man, I need to be able to see this. They referred to black people as monkeys and the watermelon people, and mused about putting their political opponents in gas chambers. They talked about raping their enemies and driving them to suicide, and lauded Republicans who they believed support slavery. William Hendricks, the Kansas Young Republicans vice chair, used the words nigga and nigga, variations of a racial... Oh, thank you. Thank you for informing these are variations of a racial slur. More than a dozen times in the chat. Bobby Walker, the vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to rape as epic. Wait till you see the actual messages here. Peter Junta, who at the time was chair of the same organization, wrote in a message sent in June that everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. Junta was referring to an upcoming vote on whether he should become chair of the Young Republican National Federation, the GOP's 15,000-member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40 years old. I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers, he continued. 2 members of the chat responded. Here's the actual chat here. So this is Peter Junta, says everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. And everyone that endorsed but then votes for us is going to the gas chamber. And someone says, when do we start bullying, dude? Someone else says, we have a solid 3 people who could probably have them want to jump. And BW says, if they vote for us, why would they be gassed? AK says, when do we bring that side out? And then PG says, I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. In response to if they vote for us, why would they be gassed? He says, we only want true believers. And then JM says, can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. And AK said, I'm ready to watch people burn now. And then JM says, we got to pretend that we like them. Hey, come on in, take a nice shower and relax. Boom, they're dead. Literally everyone under like 40 knows exactly what this is. Shit posting in the group chat. It's so delightful watching them try to like turn this into something really big. Can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. Joe Maligno, who previously identified himself as the general counsel for the New York State Young Republicans, wrote back, I'm ready to watch people burn now. Annie K. Cady, New York's National Committee member, said. The exchange is part of a trove of Telegram chats obtained by Politico and spanning more than 7 months of messages among young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. The chat offers an unfiltered look at how a new generation of GOP activists talk when they think no one is listening. Since Politico began making inquiries, one member of the group chat is no longer employed at their job, and another's job offer was rescinded. Prominent New York Republicans, including Representative Elise Stefanik and State Senate Minority Leader Rob Ort, have denounced the chat. And festering resentments among young Republicans have now turned into public recriminations, including allegations of character assassination and extortion. The 2,900 pages of chats shared among a dozen millennial and Gen Z Republicans between early January and mid-August chronicle their campaign to seize control of the National Young Republican Organization on a hardline pro-Donald Trump platform. Many of the chat members already work inside government or party politics, and one serves as a state senator. Together, the messages reveal a culture where racist, anti-Semitic, and violent rhetoric circulate freely, and where the Trump-era loosening of political norms has made such talk feel less taboo among those positioning themselves as the party's next leaders. The more the political atmosphere is open and liberating, like it has been with the emergence of Trump and a more right-wing GOP even before him, it opens up young people and older people to telling racist jokes, making racist commentaries in private and public, said Joe Fagin. No, really, Joe Fagin, a Texas A&M sociology professor who has studied racism for the last 60 years. Motherfucker has spent 60 years studying racism. Honestly, that's like an aspirational life, now that I think about it. Literally got to study racism for 60 years. Goals, to be honest. He's also concerned the words would be applied to public policy. It's chilling, of course, because they will act on these views. We can only hope. The dynamic of easy racism and casual cruelty played out often in dark, vivid fashion inside the chats, where campaign talk and party gossip blurred into streams of slurs and violent fantasies. Here's that guy, Peter Junta. The group chat members spoke freely about the pressure to kow to Trump to avoid being called a rhino, the love of Nazis within their party's right wing, and the president's alleged work to suppress documents related to wealthy financier Jeffrey Epstein's child sex crimes. Trump's too busy burning the Epstein files, Alex Dwyer, the chair of the Kansas Young Republicans, wrote in one instance. Dwyer and Kakady declined to comment. Maligno and Hendricks did not return requests for comment, but some involved in the chat did respond publicly. Junta claimed the release of the chat as part of a, quote, highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by Gavin Wax, more on him shortly, and the New York City Young Republican Club, an allusion to a once obscured internecine war that is now spilled out into the open. These logs were sourced by way of extortion and provided to Politico by the very same people conspiring against me, he said. What's most disheartening is that, despite my unwavering support of President Trump since 2016, rogue members of his administration, including Gavin Wax, have participated in this conspiracy to ruin me publicly simply because I challenged them privately. Interestingly, a number of people have reported that the Trump administration was given the opportunity to back Gavin Wax after the story broke, and the administration rather conspicuously declined to say anything in support of him. Wax, a staffer in Trump's State Department, formerly led the New York Young Republican Club, a separate city-based group that is at odds with the state organization, the New York State Young Republicans. He declined to comment. Despite his allusions to infighting, Junta still apologized. I am so sorry to those offended by the insensitive and inexcusable language found within the more than 28,000 messages of a private group chat that I created during my campaign to lead the Young Republicans, he said. While I take complete responsibility, I've had no way of verifying their accuracy and am deeply concerned that the message logs in question may have been deceptively doctored. Frankly, I'm not inclined to go super hard on a guy like this in this sort of situation, getting aired out for something like this, and imagining the amount of pressure and stuff that he's under. He shouldn't be in this place in the first place, and I think that there's a lot of people who will talk a real big game. Oh, I would never apologize. And in the career that he's chosen, the pressure has to be absolutely monumental and massive. I would have extraordinary respect for him. He would have some absolute brass clangers if he just flipped them the bird and told them to go fuck themselves. But I kind of have a hard time being like expecting that and saying that he's a massive, like a cuck or a sellout or a disappointment because he apologized. At least one person in the Telegram chat works in the Trump administration. Michael Bartels, who according to his LinkedIn account serves as a senior advisor in the Office of General Counsel within the U.S. Small Business Administration. Bartels did not have much to say in the chat, but he didn't offer any pushback against the offensive rhetoric in it either. He declined to comment. Note, he's guilty because he didn't speak out. A notarized affidavit signed by Bartels and obtained by Politico also sheds light on the intra-party rivalry that led the Restore YR. Okay, I see. Restore YR War Room Telegram chat to be made public. Bartels references Wax as well. He wrote that he did not give Politico the chat and that Wax demanded in a phone call that he provide the full chat log. While I attempted to resist that demand after providing some of the requested information, Wax threatened my professional standing and raised the possibility of potential legal action related to an alleged breach of a non-disclosure agreement, Bartels claimed in the affidavit. My position within the New York Young Republican Club was directly threatened. Walker, who now leads the New York State Young Republicans, touched on a similar theme, saying that he believes portions of the chat, quote, may have been altered, taken out of context, or otherwise manipulated, and that the private exchanges were obtained and released in a way clearly intended to inflict harm. He also apologized, saying, there is no excuse for the language and tone and messages attributed to me. The language is wrong and hurtful, and I sincerely apologize. This has been a painful lesson about judgment and trust, and I'm committed to moving forward with greater care, respect, and accountability in everything I say and do. And I'll say again, with these guys here, them coming out and apologizing, the guys who are directly implicated in it, the reason they're doing this is because in their personal and professional lives, I'm sure they're completely and wholly isolated. Every major influence in and around them, I'm sure, is expecting them to come out and formally apologize and like their entire career ahead of them really depends on whether or not they kowtow and apologize. These are not the guys who deserve the ire. We'll get to that here in just a minute. Mixed into formal conversations about whipping votes, social media strategy, and logistics, the members of the chat slung around an array of slurs, which Politico is republishing to show how they spoke. They have to excuse why they're republishing it. We're just showing how they spoke. Epithets like faggot, retarded, and nigga appeared more than 251 times combined. Okay, so hold on. Let's scroll back up here. 28,000 messages sent across a period of, what was it? 9 months? 7 months? So 2,900 pages of chats sent across early January and mid-August, so about 8 months. 251 uses of faggot, retarded, and nigga. These are like rookie racists. They're just sort of dipping their toe in. Look how edgy I am. Ooh. Some of this stuff probably gets said 251 times a day in the Kinkbill Discord. In one instance, Walker, who at the time was a staffer for Ort, talked about how a mutual friend of some in the chat, quote, dated this very obese Indian woman for a period of time. Junta responded that the woman, quote, was not Indian. She just didn't bathe often, Samuel Douglas, a state senator from northern Vermont, the head of the state's Young Republicans, replied to Junta. In a separate conversation, Junta shared that his flight to Charleston, South Carolina landed safely. Then he offered some advice for his fellow Young Republicans. Quote, if your pilot is a she and she looks 10 shades darker than someone from Sicily, just end it there. Scream the no-no word, Junta wrote. Douglas did not respond to requests for comment. In a statement, Ort called for members of the chat to resign. Now, these are the guys. These are the people who deserve the ire and the opprobrium. the people who were not directly implicated in it, and yet the ones with more power, more and greater positions of power, who are leaning on them. These are the people revealing themselves as traitors. I was shocked and disgusted to learn about the racist, anti-Semitic, and misogynistic comments attributed to members of the New York State Young Republicans, Ort said. This behavior is indefensible and has no place in our party or anywhere in public life. Now, I will say that these kids got to have better OPSEC. Like, seriously. Yeah, I mean, you can say all you want about how it's gay that you'll get canceled over this sort of thing, but you got to have a little bit better OPSEC if you're in the particular positions that they're in. Because you got to know something like this is inevitably going to happen at some point. But ultimately, I think it's honestly a good thing that this is happening. I think this whole thing is a white pill in general. But, yeah, I mean, Signal wouldn't have helped. I mean, unless they had the automatically deleting messages. Because ultimately what happened here, so what this is intra-Republican Party disputes that are being leveraged by a traitorous Jew who, the traitorous Jew is being leveraged, Gavin Wax, by the enemy to induce him into creating an intra-party scandal that is more than just like at the state level, but trying to expand it into the entire party. Walker had been in line to manage Republican Peter Oberacher's campaign for Congress in upstate New York, but a spokesperson for the campaign said he won't be brought on in light of the comments in the chat. The private rhetoric isn't happening in a vacuum. It comes amid a widespread coarsening of the broader political discourse, and as incendiary and racially offensive tropes from the right become increasingly common in public debate. Interesting. A widespread coarsening of the broader political debate, as incendiary and racially offensive tropes from the right become increasingly common in public debate. And also, Democrats literally call for people to be murdered. They loudly celebrate when a man is shot in the neck. And it's published for all the world to see, for his children to see for the rest of their lives. And they celebrate. Might be worth a mention. Last month, Trump posted an artificial intelligence-generated video that showed House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero beside Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, whose fabricated remarks were about trading free healthcare for immigrant votes, a false, long-running GOP trope. The sombrero meme has been widely used to mock Democrats as the government shutdown wears on. Let's see here. Looking for a reference to Jason J. Attorney General candidate in Virginia who said he wanted to see the children of his political opponent murdered. Weird. We're scrolling pretty far here. Oh, this guy was called a beaner and a spick. Oh, that's not good. Oh, here's that calling rape epic. This is, here's the conversation. Joe, did you look it up yet? Just did. Probably shouldn't have on my work computer. The Spanish came to America and had sex with every single woman. This person says, sex is gay. Alex Dwyer says, sex is gay. And Luke Bozeman says, sex, it was rape. And Bobby Walker says, epic. Now, who knows if this is actually the conversation that's being had. It's a group chat, so this could have been it's going by fast or something like that. No allowance made for that. Now it's talking about Hayden Paget. Here's Samuel Douglas. Let's see, still scrolling. Minnesota, faggots. Arkansas, inbred cowfuckers. Nebraska, revolt in our favor. Blocked their bind and have a majority of their delegates. Maryland, fat stinky Jew. Rhode Island, traitorous cunts who I will eradicate from the face of this planet. Junta also said he planned to make one of the competing young Republicans unalive himself on the convention floor. In another instance, Douglas, the Vermont state senator, describes to the group members how one of Padgett's Jewish colleagues may have made a procedural error related to the number of Maryland delegates permitted at the national convention. Quote, I was about to say you're giving nationals too much credit and expecting the Jew to be honest. Breonna Douglas, Sam's wife and Vermont Young Republicans National Committee member, replied to her husband's message. She did not respond to repeated requests for comment. Okay, continuing to scroll here. There's a whole bunch of these here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you should go see all the different comments that are being made in here, because some of these are genuinely pretty funny. But I'm, weird. Let's see. J. Control F. Weird. J is never mentioned in here. How about Jason? Oh, Jason Beeferman. Oh my God, I didn't even look at the bylines before. This article was literally written by Jason Beeferman and Emily NGO. Good grief. What a timeline. Yep, that's the only mention of Jason. Weird. You would think that it might be relevant in a, when you're talking about leaked messages of people discussing violence and their political opponents. Might be valuable context, perhaps. No, of course not. So this guy here, this is one of them. I don't remember which guy this is, but Howling Mutant says, obsessed with his groiperous proportions. He's literally groiper. Look at the man. I said, this man is an icon. Archetypal good old boy city council villain of the Brylanite class. I can just see him. Like, you know, he's the guy who's on the city council who, I don't know, maybe he's like a, some kind of, maybe he's like a sheriff or he's on the city council and he pisses off all of the, you know, he's a good old boy. He's like a stickler for a process. And, he's got the Brylanites all angry, built to survive a golf cart wreck. Iconic physique. So this guy here, Aiden, has been posting like crazy on this. He says, a friend of mine got blackmailed into leaking these chats. A total fucking coward and a useless piece of shit. One of the people in here, he attended his wedding with me and still sold him over to the devil. All over some useless young Republicans' beef. And then the GOP condemned them. Fuck these people. The GOP tried to fire my friend and vice chairman from his AG job because of TikToks I posted about immigration. I wasn't allowed to talk about replacement theory or any mainline immigration stances. They asked me to resign over Trump's green card diploma mill comments. I was blacklisted by Young Republicans National and blocked by their account because their leader is a BLM sympathizing closet case. Everyone in this article is a patriot, and everyone attacking them is a dirty, treacherous, impotent, cowardly bundle of sticks. They all deserve to be destroyed. 9.1 million views. Guy's gotten himself a lot of attention. And good, because this here, I think, has revealed that our what our marching orders ought to be. And that is that we're, by and large, we've got the rank and file. We got the lower levels. And we've got Trump and Vance, we got Miller, we got some other cold hard operators at the top. But the entire middle is completely up for grabs. Completely and totally up for grabs. And it is a goddamn shame that way more of our guys have not gotten themselves into positions of influence within all of these different organizations. We have been lax. The people who have the sway, the people who are leadership in these different organizations that are coming out and condemning them, They should never have been in that position in the first place. They should have been outfoxed and removed by our guys a long time ago. Unfortunately, our guys have been stuck on the posting game for too long. Getting in proximity to patriots is step one. Once we've gotten into proximity of patriots, then organization must happen. Organization, delegation, and actually playing the long game to do all of this boring, sort of mundane, sloppy party politics stuff. Because the whole like bureaucratic monster of the political system, that's not going away anytime soon. I mean, relative terms, perhaps, but the only way that it goes away in a good way is if we take over a substantial portion of it. We have to start wielding these organizations ourselves. The fact that they continue to be held and weaponized by our enemies, and I'm not talking about Democrats, I'm talking about traitorous Republicans. The fact that they continue to be held by those people is a direct condemnation of us. Look at Brylan Hollyhand. Now, this is very interesting. There's a kind of an interesting development here. He reacts to the original story and says, I can't even do his voice. This is horrible and disgusting, but thankfully none are running for office. The same people clutching their pearls and circulating this are the same ones playing quiet mouse when the Dem nominee for Virginia AG said he'd put bullets in the heads of Republican children. Speak up. So even the cucked out, controlled opposition closet case guy is still condemning them. It's horrible and disgusting, but he's almost sort of got it. He's got it directionally right. Aiden's unimpressed. We're going to end you, you fucking loser. And then he says, he quotes him and he says, oh, shut the fuck up, you closet case dweeb. You're astroturfed by every cancel culture loser in the movement, and you made your stripes grifting off Charlie Kirk's death and your dad's Section 8 money. You lie about everything, and Tyler Boyer called you out. Tyler Boyer's from TPUSA. Rotten hell, pussy. We're going to destroy you. Gee, Aiden, tell us how you really feel. I like the energy. So this is the guy, the chairman of the Young Republicans. He's the guy calling young Republicans to step down after those leaked chats.
Black Lives Matter.
There you go. That's all you need to see.
Republicans, myself included, have hesitated to say the phrase. Republicans fear the phrase, but we should not. The history of our party is long, messy, and complex. Times have changed, and oh, nigga, you gay! The murder of George Floyd tore open a vein of outrage that had only just begun to heal.
Shut
Hundreds
up!
of thousands, even
Silly
millions,
woman!
have marched in protest demanding justice.
Why are you
and
gay?
police brutality.
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
So why is this guy the chairman of the Young Republicans? Why has he not been outmaneuvered and ousted? Frankly, it's because way too many of our guys think that these sorts of organizations are retarded and gay. And they are. They absolutely are. I have zero desire to be involved in Young Republicans organizations. Personally. I've always had zero desire. You know what happens? When we have zero desire to be involved in these organizations, they get run by these people. So you can't sit back and complain that they're being run by these people if you aren't yourself getting involved in it. It just is what it is. If good people don't get involved in politics, political institutions are going to be controlled by bad people. The end. Simple fact, there's no way around it. The only way to ensure that organizations like Young Republicans, which itself is a feeder into actual elected office, or into the staffers of the elected officials, which are often the more powerful positions, frankly. Those organizations continue to be populated and operated in large cases by these kinds of people because the rest of us have been too busy doing other things. And this is a very good that this is happening like this and revealing this now is a blessing, because it gives us time to react and to act accordingly. And this is not going to go well for the people who are condemning and calling it out. And no. That toothpaste is out of the tube already. There is millions of young people who are reading this, hearing the reports, seeing videos on TikTok or whatever about it, and they're like, that's honestly not that bad. I mean, like, I say stuff like that. I say stuff way worse than that in my own group chats. And these are people who aren't even necessarily, like, super politically activated. I mean, as an example, this here, as of whenever I bookmarked this a few days ago, October 9th, has 100,000 likes on Instagram.
Even if my emotions might resist 1,000 times, my intellect now had to draw the necessary conclusions. The fact was that 90% of all the filthy, pornographic, and pedophilic literature, the artistic trash, and the theatrical idiocy was being created by Jews, who formed scarcely 1% of the nation. This fact could no longer be denied. It was there, and I had to admit it. Then I began to examine the mainstream press that I used to love. The deeper I probed, the more its style seemed more repellent. Its ideas started to seem shallow and superficial. I no longer was tricked into believing it was impartial. The owners, of course, were Jews. I now understood the language of the Jewish people. I realized that they use language for the purpose of disguising their thoughts so that their real goals cannot be discovered by what they say, but rather by reading between the lines. Even if my...
And I've heard from so many of you guys that are regulars on Instagram and TikTok that this is mild stuff compared to the sorts of things that are racking up millions and millions of views all the time. This whole like this whole hullabaloo over people saying no words is a dying thing. You almost might see this as perhaps one of the last gasps. Here's a great example. Have they deleted it? No. So, Indiana Federation of Young Republicans denounces the racist, anti-Semitic, and hateful comments made by individuals associated with Restore YR. They were published in a Political article. Here's our full statement. Blah, 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 bullshit. This is the woman, the chairwoman. She had an operating a vehicle while intoxicated this year. She also had an operating a vehicle while intoxicated, endangering a person prior within 7 years. Why are these sort of people running these young Republican organizations? There's nobody we can blame for this except ourselves. But the vice president, our vice president, JD, was Johnny on the spot. He said, "This is far worse than anything said in a college group chat, and the guy who said it could become the AG of Virginia. I refuse to join the pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. with a screenshot of this Virginia AG candidate talking about how young children should die because people, when they feel pain personally, they do move on policy. It blows my mind that people still think somehow that JD is some sort of Zionist plant, or that he's not right-wing enough, or he doesn't get it, or I mean, I can understand how if you're a low information consumer of things or creator of opinions, that you might I can construct specific bullet points from his bio in such a way where I conspicuously leave off a bunch of other stuff. I can construct a few bullet points together to tell that story. But man, you got to be working really hard to be ignorant of a lot of really significant things to continue to maintain that posture. He didn't even wait on this. He jumped on this immediately to set to direct the narrative. Like, this is the position of the administration. Yeah, Han Pritchard, this is the moment where Vance earned my permanent loyalty. Yes. This is a great moment here because, like, normally Trump is the guy who would set the frame on this. But Trump's not that online. It would take a little while for Trump to be able to react to something like this. This was something that needed to be established post-haste. Get out early ahead of it. And the administration had the opportunity to defend Gavin Wax, and they conspicuously refused to. The dude who blackmailed the other guy into releasing these so that he could have his little spat. And then coordinate with Politico to get it out there. Vance jumped on this right away because he is our guy. He is very online with us. And this shows that either he is influential enough within the administration that he can dictate these sorts of things unilaterally or effectively unilaterally, or he's genuinely expressing the position of the administration on this. Doesn't really matter to me which one's which. But this is one of those moments where he, another notch in his belt, establishing him as the inheritor of the mantle. Straight away, no, we're not going to apologize. We're not going to grovel. We're going to be loyal to our own, and we're going to turn everything possible into an attack on everything that could be a vulnerability for us is an attack on our enemies. Attack, 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 attack. We are always on the attack. Tom Rickson says Vance is actually further than any of you realize. Indo-Aryan supremacy czar. I think he is. I think he is way more advanced than anybody realizes. Also, big shout out to young Republicans of Texas who said the same thing. We are appalled by these vile and hateful text messages. Jay Jones must drop out of the AG race immediately. The left has gotten too comfortable calling for violence against conservatives. Enough is enough. There is no substantial constituency for the kowtowing and submission and apologizing. Nobody cares. Nobody who matters cares. And this isn't some, I think it should be clear that this isn't some big, coordinated, vast conspiracy orchestrated by the deep state to take a hit at the Trump administration. No, this is opportunism. This is Politico wanting a scoop. This is Gavin Wax having his little internecine fight and wanting to get a dig in on someone else and try to advance himself by taking out his opponents. And there's a connection of opportunity here. This was not some massive galaxy-brained, super billionaire-funded, we're going to take down the Trump administration operation. This is kind of small potato stuff. But it does highlight just how hollowed out and lukewarm and pathetic all of the middle management is within the GOP right now. And just how ripe these people are for the picking. It will just take coordinated, effective action against them. And we've gotten a signal from the administration that they will have the back, in whatever way they can, they will have the back of people who are going to throw out the traitorous squishes within the GOP. And then I thought this video here was funny. Well, okay, I gotta drill down into the thread here. Matt Walsh says, the right doesn't stick together. That's our biggest problem by far. Conservatives are quick to denounce each other, jump on dog piles, disavow, attack their allies. I said a few weeks ago that we all need to band together in the wake of Charlie's death, and the answer I got back from a lot of people on the right was basically no. Well, okay then, guys, we'll just lose instead. The left will keep up the united front and defend their guys no matter what, while we keep throwing each other to the wolves at every opportunity. Great plan. And this woman says, the way to stick together is for all the actual conservatives to denounce this repugnant culture that's formed on the right. You don't excuse this or equivocate or cover for it. You don't tolerate this if you want to be the party that takes back the moral high ground. Until then, people will continue moving further and further away from whatever this rotting big tent that is that barely passes for a political party today. Ah, yes, please, let us take back the moral high ground and cede all power.
Shut up, silly woman.
Woman definer, very appropriately here. So I just want to point something out real quick. The Founding Fathers talked a lot of trash and said a lot of hilarious things. And if you think they would be upset about what those kids said, you're an insane person. There's nothing constitutionally conservative about you. Here are some of the things our founders said in the election of 1800.
John Adams is a blind, bald, crippled, toothless man who wants to start a war with France. While he's not busy importing mistresses from Europe, he's trying to marry one of his sons to a daughter of King George. Haven't we had enough monarchy in America?
I'm Thomas Jefferson, and I approve this message because John Adams is a hideous, hermaphroditical character with neither the force and firmness of a man nor the gentleness and sensibility of a woman.
If Thomas Jefferson wins, murder, robbery, rape, adultery, and incest will be openly taught and practiced. The air will be rent with the cries of the distressed, the soil will be soaked with blood, and the nation black with crimes. Are you prepared to see your dwellings in flames, female chastity violated, children writhing on a pike?
I'm John Adams, and I approve this message because Jefferson is the son of a half-breed Indian squaw raised on hoe cakes, and Hamilton is a Creole bastard brat of a Scotch peddler.
The nastiest, most negative elections. Candidates have taken dirty to a whole new
It can seem like a return to civility is not possible.
You hatchet-faced nutmeg dealer. Politically incorrect offensive speech is as American as apple pie. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Dominion voting systems, and we'll get out of here. So this is CIA analyst Michael Scheuer, PhD, confirms what we all witnessed live on TV.
Got to ask you, do you believe votes were manipulated, changed electronically in favor of Joe Biden? And if so, how was it done?
Well, I certainly do believe it, sir, because I saw it on TV on the crawls underneath television coverage of the election. at least two cases. One had about 12,000 votes that magically went from Trump to Biden, and another one about 20,000 votes. And both times, Trump's numbers decreased by exactly the number that Biden's increased. And so before any of this came about, I just had a strong inkling that something was afoot here. And the more they suggest that the intelligence service, our intelligence service, were involved in it, I tend to think that there probably was a great deal of vote marking by people when they found out how many votes they needed to surpass Trump in places like Pennsylvania and Michigan. I think clearly the Dominion company, if nothing else, it's foreign interference in the American election. It's a Canadian company. And it was storing its records in Germany and Spain for some reason.
Michael, who was behind this then?
Certainly appear to be part of the Central Intelligence Agency, using for their political operations overseas. They use servers and store materials and do other things. And the fact that the ones in Germany were held or grabbed by U.S. forces because they were CIA servers. And in Europe, the CIA operates under the jurisdiction of the military. And so the military was responsible for seizing those with the help of the German authorities. And those servers are now in the hands of the FBI, which doesn't make me very comfortable, but at least they're in American hands.
I remember when all this was happening and I was following it closely, and then the details just kept piling up to where I couldn't keep track of it anymore. So Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. Data analysis finds 221,000 Pennsylvania votes switched from President Trump to Biden. 941,000 Trump votes deleted. States using Dominion voting systems switched 435,000 votes from Trump to Biden. Continuing here. Now, Dominion, very interestingly, was just sold. And Democrats are now demanding the removal of Dominion voting machines. Imagine that. All of a sudden, we can't trust the voting machines, you guys.
A fucking MAGA person just bought Dominion voting systems. We are officially fucked. Let's get into it. So this man right here, his name is Scott Leonbecker. I have no idea if that's how you pronounce it or not. But he is literally a GOP operative. And he has bought Dominion voting systems. I'm going to show you more info on it right now. So right here, you can see it's an Axios article. Dominion, one of the biggest election equipment providers, and was used in 27 states. The name of this company this man owns is called Liberty Vote. And there's his name, Scott Leonbecker, if you want to look it up. I think I said it wrong first time. But he worked in Mississippi. In Missouri. Let me show you real quick. You can see here, has deep Republican connections. He was appointed to a role investigating St. Louis's elections after the 2000 election. He was also appointed as the election director by Republicans. He is full-on fucking MAGA.
Now, you know what's funny is describing this to me. So he was what was that? The St. Louis. He was investigating St. Louis elections. And then was the St. Louis Republican election director. See, I hear that and I'm like, I don't know if we can trust this guy. So it's funny that he's like, oh, he is dyed-in-the-wool MAGA.
Election director by Republicans. He is full-on fucking MAGA. This man is so MAGA that in his press release, he said they are going to be in full compliance with Trump's executive order. Like it's a fucking law or something. And not only did he...
He's so MAGA that he's going to obey the president's executive order regarding federal elections.
Buy it. Part of the agreement of the sale was that Dominion would reach undisclosed settlements with former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and Trump lawyer Sidney Powell, two people who tried helping Trump overturn the 2020 election. I mean, it doesn't get much fucking worse than this, folks, and I'm going to show you why Democrats lose. So I went and checked a bunch of Twitter accounts to see if anybody had even tweeted about this. I couldn't find one Democratic politician who had even tweeted about this shit. Ken Martin is the head of the DNC. He hadn't even mentioned it on his Twitter account. And then we get this quote in the same article. Nevada's Democratic Secretary of State called Leyendecker open, honest, and transparent. Do you fucking think that if a man who's appointed by a Democratic governor was going around buying fucking voting machines, that the Republicans would completely ignore it? They wouldn't mention it. It's all they would fucking talk about forever. You would never hear the fucking end of it. And we can't even get one fucking tweet about it. This is why we fucking... What a fag.
This is what I've told you guys about these guys before. The Democrats who believe that the Democrat Party is just a constant loser and they're super ineffectual and just getting led around by the nose by Republicans. It's such a bizarre... There's such weird people. But, so Rasmussen was tweeting about this the other day, reading this book, Stolen Elections, The Takedown of Democracies Worldwide by Ralph Pezzulo. Quoting from page 185, the engineer who actually built the algorithm stealing the election for Biden looked at me like I was an idiot and asked, do you think we stole the election here in the blue counties? We're smarter than that. No, we shaved off votes in the red counties in the countryside where Trump was strong, and we left the blue counties untouched. We shaved off 10% in Douglas County, Colorado, and 10% in Mesa County, Colorado, and other red counties until Biden's count was over 50% statewide. And then, he says, update. Dominion sold for scrap because indictments expected soon? You bet your bippy that we're reading between the lines here, but with what is surfacing almost daily, it's practically the only reason that makes sense. Developing, Scott Leyendecker, give us a call if we're way wrong. So it says, this guy, Dominion Voting Systems, one of the nation's largest election equipment providers, has been sold to Liberty Vote, a Missouri-based company founded by former Republican election official Scott Leyendecker. Leyendecker previously developed software to help poll workers verify voters and check them in at polling sites, described the acquisition as a step toward restoring faith in U.S. elections. Quote, Liberty Vote signals a new chapter for American elections, one where trust is rebuilt from the ground up, he said, adding that the company's technology would emphasize, quote, paper-based transparency, security, and simplicity. Liberty plans to conduct a full review of Dominion's equipment before the 2026 midterms and will, quote, rebuild or retire machines as necessary. Dominion machines were used in 27 states during the 2024 election. Leyendecker has long-standing ties to Republican leadership in Missouri. Former Secretary of State Matt Blunt appointed him to investigate St. Louis elections administration after the 2020 election, and later named him the city's Republican election director. Now here you go. Ed Martin, a Trump ally, chaired the St. Louis Board of Elections during Leyendecker's tenure. Isn't that a fascinating connection? Eagle Ed Martin was the chair of the St. Louis Board of Elections while Leyendecker was there. Despite his GOP background, Liberty Vote officials have emphasized Leyendecker's reputation for fairness. Nevada Secretary of State Cisco Aguilar, a Democrat, called him open, honest, and transparent. As part of the deal, Liberty reportedly asked Dominion to resolve several defamation lawsuits stemming from claims about the 2020 election. Dominion recently reached undisclosed settlements with Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and One American News Network. A Liberty spokesperson said the acquisition does not require regulatory approval. So I'm what else did I have here? Oh yeah, this article from Zero Hedge. Tom Luongo says, you say you want a revolution? Pro-paper ballot firm buys Dominion Voting System. Dominion Voting Systems has been synonymous with controversy since the 2020 presidential elections. Accusations of election tampering, lawsuits, and wall-to-wall media spin made the company a lightning rod in American politics. Yet this week, something remarkable happened. As of today, Dominion is no more. The embattled election vendor has new ownership and new branding. Scott Leyendecker, Missouri tech entrepreneur and former Republican director of the St. Louis City Board of Elections, bought the company for an undisclosed amount. Excited yet? You should be. As of today, Dominion is gone. Liberty Vote assumes full ownership and operational control. A press release announcing the sale revealed. Leyendecker says he wants to use the renamed company to restore public confidence in the U.S. electoral process. Liberty Now also vows to be bipartisan as it works to reshape Dominion's image. Dominion's election products were used by millions of U.S. voters across 27 states last year, reports CNN. Dominion's founder and CEO, John Poulos, confirmed in a one-sentence statement provided to CNN on Thursday that Liberty Vote has acquired Dominion voting systems. Now, the Ed Martin connection is very, very interesting to me. The timing with the settlements is also very interesting. I'm not fully convinced one way or the other. I'm not convinced that this is, patriots in control, though I see evidence for that. I'm also not convinced that this is we sold it, and the companies and Republicans own it now, so it's all safe. Nothing to look at here. It's all good. But when really this is just like selling off a deprecated asset and continuing to roll it forward. I'm not completely convinced either way. Leyendecker added, Liberty Vote is committed to delivering election technology that prioritizes paper-based transparency, security, and simplicity so that voters can be assured that every ballot is filled in accurately and fairly counted. Naturally, CNN is hitting the panic button, and they're squeeing here. Liberty Vote also plans on ensuring the company is 100% American-owned, including all domestic staffing and software development. Let's see. The article points out that the press release from Liberty Vote, quote, references some buzzwords that have been championed by the pro-Trump election integrity community. Election integrity, the horror! Liberty Vote is taking concrete steps to strengthen election security and transparency. Its push for hand-marked paper ballots builds on President Trump's longstanding effort to ensure every vote leaves a fully auditable paper trail, a safeguard that reassures voters and bolsters confidence in election outcomes. The company also commits to compliance with Trump's executive order on election integrity and emphasizes facilitating third-party audits of its systems, giving states to the public an extra layer of independent verification. While internal audits exist, Liberty Vote's approach sets a new standard for openness and accountability in U.S. elections. So this is all I've found on it thus far. Like I said, I'm not completely convinced one way or the other, but I think it's one that's worth kind of pinning up to the wall and waiting to hear more on later on. Got two more quick hitters here. First of all, Representative Anna Paulina Luna says, my office just received word from the Russian embassy that the ambassador from Russia to the United States will be hand-delivering the Republican government's findings on who assassinated JFK to my office. This is a 350-page document. This is apparently something that was requested back in the 90s and refused. But now they're actually going to be delivering it. And Kirill Dmitriev, guy we've been watching for a while here now, responded to it. This guy said, man, if this guy comes with the receipts and he's dropping Q, this is crazy. And Kirill Dmitriev responds with a storm emoji. Very, very interesting. And last, but not least, we may have a happening. Effective immediately at the direction of Governor Pritzker, by way of the Cook County Chief Judge, Timothy Evans, ICE and Border Patrol agents are barred from making civil arrests of illegal aliens at Chicago courts.
Cook County Circuit Chief Judge Timothy Evans is barring civil arrests of people when they are at county courts. Evans said in a statement, quote, access to justice depends on every individual's ability to appear in court without fear or obstruction. Our courthouses remain places where all people, regardless of their background or circumstance, should be able to safely and confidently participate in the judicial process.
So because they might be arrested at the court, the patrol agents, ICE and Border Patrol agents in Illinois are now barred from making civil arrests of illegal aliens at the courts. So federal agents are not allowed to go into Chicago courts, according to this county chief judge, they're not allowed to go in and make arrests pursuant to federal policy. And as Shipwrecked Crew here says, there you have an Insurrection Act predicate. A state or municipal official has expressly stated that federal law cannot be enforced in a particular location within the state. This is a per se justification for the invocation of the Insurrection Act. So we'll see what happens. That's all I got for you guys tonight. This was a very long one. 4.5 hours. Over 4.5 hours. Reminder once again, at the top of the show, I mentioned Cooper Brooks, the king of the Zoomers, our good friend Cooper. And he has a Give, Send, Go that is set up and ready to receive your contributions. Please do support the man as he has to buy a new car and pay for a bunch of medical bills and miss some work. And the poor dude is just trying to join the military and serve his president. So the link is pinned on my Twitter account right now, @RealKingPilled. And it'll also be, it's the first link if you're listening on the podcast later on or in the King Pilled Substack. It is pinned in there. It'll be the first link. And my brain is shutting down. I am exhausted. So the last thing I'll say is just, please do, if you're in the Texas area and you want to join us for the meetup on Saturday evening, shoot me a DM on Twitter @RealKingPilled or an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, and give me your Twitter and I will add you to the group chat that I've created for us to coordinate. Give you the destination, the location where we will be meeting up, and looking forward to seeing you guys. So I'm going to turn in now, finally get some sleep. It'll actually be probably about an hour or so before I can go to sleep because I got to get the show updated and all of that. But I will see you guys tomorrow. The plan is to see you tomorrow with another episode of the Astrolabe. For now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania